Yo. New world music. It's gaming time. It's time. Mana passed Grey and Heroic Lich King. Oh wait, they didn't even get there yet. Hard stuck. Hard stuck Heroic Sour Fang. That's kind of crazy, actually. That's pretty goofy. I've been okay, let's check this out. I've been watching your discussion videos on raiding because I've been wanting to get into raids. As a 20k plus UFE Fractal enthusiast, you would call it? I'm having a hard time finding groups of raids, even training ones. I'm looking for a trading guild or group that will help me get into the raiding community. I've cleared all bosses at least once, so I got 62 alive, not complete beginner. How pros are pros? Do your Sneb organize do that or anyone else? I mean, you know, this is weird. This guy hasn't thought about the fact that he should do it. Very nice. Very nice. Yo! Yeah, crazy. I mean, that is pretty crazy. I mean, I'm a little wacky. I'm feeling a little wacky today, Matty. You know what I'm saying? A little goofy. A little crazy. Yeah, bad architect of the tier 1. I appreciate that, my friend. Big sub. Very nice. Big sub. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Woo, yeah. We've got a big stream tomorrow, guys, actually. We got the balance stream going on there. That's very big hype. That's big content. I might do some tier lists as well. And then on Saturday, we're killing Mythic Sarkareth. Dude, I actually feel a little bit bad about this, because I do want to keep casting the monthly AT, but I am obviously going to be prioritizing raid progression over the monthly AT. My goal is we kill Sarkareth really quickly, and I cast the monthly afterwards. It's going to be great. It's going to be good. I'm going in. Very nice. I'm doing the clock tower. Clock tower's big. We start Saturday raid early? I mean, honestly, if we can, we should. 100%. We absolutely should if we can. We could maybe ask Angels to see if we can. Because I want to guarantee we kill it, right? Like, we want to 100% get it. So if we can squeeze in an extra hour in on Saturday early, I'd be very happy about it. Yeah. How do I support my team by buying a subscription? What do you get from it? I'm a relatively old gamer new to this. So basically, it's $5 a month, and I get half of it. There you go. Boom. That's how it works. 7% would have been such a good kill with some real pumper pauses. Yeah, it would have been pretty good. But it's fine. We'll get an even better pause next time. We had literally the God pull, right? Like perfect RNG. When's your birthday? It's August 3rd. We're getting a new balance patch? Yeah, at the end of November. And there's a stream tomorrow. Yeah, and you buy the merch. True, yes. Buy all the merch, subscribe. Okay, you can directly donate as well. Do it. Let's go. If some DPS is unable to log in before raid time, well, I mean, you're on the roster permanently anyway, because I shit you not, guys. This is actually true, by the way. MSC can't play because his dog destroyed his computer. I am not even joking. His dog somehow annihilated his machine, and he's having to replace components within it because the dog just completely destroyed it. So it was actually like dog gameplay. He was actually a dog. Dog. Oh. Let's go. Speed. I'm going to go for the jump. There we go. That wasn't that hard, was it? Actually bogged by a dog. Yeah, we actually did get bogged by a dog. Okay, I'm not falling for that one again. Let's go. They're working fire there with the Prime. Very good. Prime Gaming. I love to see it. I love to see it. No, that actually is true. No, it was a dog. So we have no rogue for the rest of the raid tier, pretty much. Won the story of that screenshot I sent you yesterday? I don't know, maybe. Oh yeah, also check this out, guys. Speaking of memes, slugs got into my house. I just, I go downstairs, I'm going for a cup of tea, and there's 3 slugs crawling all over the wall. It was pretty crazy, actually. Didn't see that one coming. Yeah. Yeah, they just got in. They were just everywhere, just crawling all over the place. Because today I cleared it once, I was able to clear it 6 times in a row without fail. Ah, nice. Yeah, the clock tower is pretty fun, to be honest. The clock tower is decent. I like I like that you got some time pressure on it. I like jumping puzzles in general. I wish they'd do more. They used to be a lot of them in the core maps, but I guess I stopped adding them. I think in general, I'm not sure if people really like jumping puzzles that much. I think that they tend to break people a bit. That they don't like it. Hey, Woodbass, thanks for the tier 1, by the way. It's very kind of you. Yeah. Do you eat them? I did not eat the slugs, no. Also, by the way, gamers, actually, you know what? Matter. The boot camp needs help. I need helpers for the boot camp. Yo, John the Wolfheart in the chat, by the way. I need to recruit big helpers. We need, I think, 4 helpers for boot camp permanently. Oh, oh my god, this would be so good. Check this. Okay, check this out, guys. Check this out. You all want to see this. I know you guys want to see this content. Check this out. Check this out. I was going to play mech for the boot camp. Okay? What if Matter plays mech and I'm actually raid leading 11th man? Oh, yeah. And I watch Matter's POV. Yes, Matter streams on Discord, so I only see her POV. Oh, yes. That would be so fucking good. Yes, do it. You're playing? No. Thing is, if I'm playing, then, well, I guess I could play DPS, I guess. I could play Reaper or something. But I actually think you should play Ham, and I don't play and I watch your stream. Like, Matter, that's a nice medkit 5. Ooh, Mace 2. Ooh. Ooh. I think that would be really funny, That would be actually so fucking funny. Where to sign up? Ping me on Discord. That should be so funny, holy shit. That would be content. I mean, look, if we want to create content, that's the way to go. Positioning, Matter. Ah. Oh, dear, dear. Alright, what are we doing now? We gaming or what? We press some buttons? Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I gotta get some boot campers. I need some big blasters. Big helpers, big blasters. We need a Portal Virtuoso and some DPS, pretty much, I think. We're good to go. This is a very funny DM, by the way, Matter. Not the first part, but the second part is. Yeah. I think I'm fucked. This is not looking good. This is not looking good. Wait, how did I actually live? What? Oh no. I think that guy's kind of overextended a little bit, yeah. This guy's downstate. Pull? I didn't get anyone. That's just sad, to be honest. Yes, jumping puzzles are good. DPS needs to be power. Yeah, it's got to be power. In my opinion, really, really good option is Reaper. I actually think, I'm going to do tier lists tomorrow, I think. Maybe before the balance stream. And I really think that Power Vindicator is one of the best DPS specs out there right now. Very, very good spec in my opinion. Because you can run Jalis Shiro really easily. It hits fucking hard actually. And just has very high utility. It's very high value actually. So I think that just DPS Vindicator is one of the strongest builds out there. It's also quite easy to play, I think. You know, it's very similar to how you'd play Herald, obviously. And obviously that's not exactly the hardest build in the universe to play. Yep. Yeah, there is a balance stream tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow anyway. Yeah, it's tomorrow. Yeah, it's big DPS. It is Big Blast. Big Pump. Oh, I'm going in. Dude, this thief is just picking everyone off. Why do I do 40% more damage than every Pug Herald? Well, it's because of the thing that you said, Nike, the other day. I think you're completely right about this. You'd think that when power creep happens, DPS goes up. But no, effort goes down. Right? Effort goes down. And let me tell you this, guys. This is something that happens in all MMOs. I was playing a very little-known video game yesterday, guys, called World of Warcraft. And I was doing LFR, because I was gearing up one of my characters, gearing up my warrior. And within this LFR, the first boss has about 1/4 of the health that it does on Mythic, and we had 30 people instead of 20. And the boss took longer to die on LFR than it did on Mythic. Top DPS was 50k single target. For reference, that's like doing 10k DPS in Guild Wars 2, basically. And afterwards, someone said, haha, guys, wow. Such high DPS so early in the morning. Great job. Yeah. That's the situation. Yeah. Vindicator rotation seems pretty fast. Get a feel for it. I mean, you just have to basically get used to pressing impossible odds, right? You got to be ready for swapping your utility skill over, right? That's the key. But I mean, it's just like a few key abilities, right? Like you just got to make sure. And look, I'll tell you one thing you can do, and this is what everyone should do, to be honest, is just cut like the skills that are like barely DPS increases. Like it's going to be telling you. Wait, do you even run Great? You run Greatsword on the full DPS build, I think, actually. To be fair, so I think you actually do still run Greatsword. But just cut Greatsword 3. Greatsword 3 is honestly a trap. I feel like it's a little bit like Shroud 2 on Reaper. Like Shroud 2 is bait if you're playing Reaper. It's barely a DPS increase, and if you cancel your auto attacks, it does nothing. In fact, it's worse than nothing. You just get completely owned. So yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Very good. Let's go. Cancels the GS2 aftercast. Yeah, but if you don't use it right, it's not going to be good. Yeah. Ooh. But that's the deal. You remove GS when equipping staff. XD. What's going on over here? What's going on? Let's investigate. It's the same in Fractal CMs. Nobody does damage. I mean, pugs are just a really wild ride in Fractal CMs. You have to go for like really high... If you want people to pump, you need the higher kill proof numbers, right? Like, otherwise you're not going to get pumpers. When I was pugging on my Zero to Hero account, I would legitimately get people doing 7k DPS on 100 CM. 7k DPS. I mean, do you guys not recall this? There was that Reaper, and I was watching his gameplay, right? You know, honestly, I need to get better at this. Back in the day, guys, when I was leading raids in Soul, I was so good at looking at people while they were playing. It was actually pretty good. It was good content. It was almost like uncanny. I think people were in constant fear because they knew that I would be watching all of them simultaneously. But anyway, like this Reaper, he was just standing there, not even attacking. Right? Like, there was nothing. He was standing there, he was not even auto-attacking. He was just there in pure fear, unable to do anything, to press a single button. Yeah. More elite specializations? I mean, probably not. I think... this is actually kind of interesting. I think the Guild Wars 2 community already thinks the game is changing too much as is. And to be honest, I actually think that's a big part of actually what turns people off from games like retail World of Warcraft. And it's why people like Classic so much, is because that game doesn't change. You have to learn it once, and then it's over. Whereas for, I think, a lot of more modern MMOs, they change much more frequently. Like, way quicker. I think this is why people prefer... Because people like Guild Wars 2, because it is so slow to change. It is... I think when people talk about falling behind, they're actually not just talking about falling behind in the sense of... falling behind in gear. I think a big part of it is actually falling behind in terms of being able to actually play the game. That might even be the most important fact. It might actually be more important than gear, is that people feel like they get reset every single time in terms of their understanding of the game's mechanics. And that does happen a lot in World of Warcraft, for example. It happens a lot, actually. Because every tier you get... they'll rebalance it, they'll rejiggle talents, they'll get a completely new tier set, by the way, which is very impactful to your gameplay. The way you play your class is pretty impacted by a tier set. It can be radically shifted by a tier set in certain cases. And that basically does mean that you kind of have to do a lot of relearning every single time. And this is where you really get into, like, the personal preference thing. I fucking love that. I think that's amazing. I think that's exactly how it should be. I like getting soft reset in a way. I like balance patches in Guild Wars 2. Like, for example, I think it's interesting that you're saying that the balance patches are too fast. I kind of agree with that, actually, but given the state of the game, I would say no. I think that they need to patch as quick as possible to basically clean up the complete shit show that is Guild Wars 2 skill design right now. I mean, look, it's had years of damage done to it. Like, years of systematic destruction and erosion of the combat system. So I think it's a good idea to balance very frequently now, and then probably slow it down a little bit later. Or at least, I wouldn't say slow it down. I would say... less impactful changes. Right now, every single quarterly balance update is going to have really big change. I'm actually not going to interfere with this because they're doing some kind of GVG thing, almost like a roster via roster setup. But yeah. But I think they should do big changes now and then slow it down eventually, so they can undo the damage that's been done to the game by the previous skills team. We need an eclipse because of the latest balance server? Absolutely, yeah. They change a bunch of things to go ruin my build and playstyle, swap to Mesmer and never look back. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. If you want legendary jewelry, I get the Living World get the Living World stuff. Is the way to go. Reaper rotation completely changed because of relics. I actually like that though. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's good. The fact that something like a relic can change your rotation, to me, that's like a tier set changing your rotation in WoW. I think that's actually good. I think that's very desirable, in fact. I like the idea that a new relic could come out and that could actually change the way you play your class. I think that's cool. And also, I think in Guild Wars 2, it actually works better. Because, let's be honest, if you do the old Reaper rotation, are you actually going to get screwed over that hard? Honestly, no, you aren't. The game simply isn't hard enough for that. So, and this is why I think people get way too bent out of shape about balance changes. It's like, even if your class gets nerfed by 20%, it doesn't actually matter. Like, you're not going to get trolled. Like, if you're playing WoW, you actually have legitimate grievances to be pissed off at balance. Like, maybe your spec is literally dog shit and can't do high keys. That can happen, actually. Maybe your spec just isn't wanted in Mythic raiding because Mythic raiding is actually hard, right? So people aren't going to... If your spec is literally dog shit, then, you know, you're not playing that in raid. Like, no guild leader is going to let you play, like, a worthless spec in Mythic. It's just not going to happen, right? There you can actually be pissed. But in Guild Wars 2, there's no way. Like, even you can play, like, genuine garbage builds in HTCM, and it will honestly be fine, as long as you play it well. So, I don't think it's a big deal. Learning a build doesn't mean following what Snowcross or some other website rotation does. It's understanding the class and why that is the rotation, the concept behind the rotation. If you understand that no balance patch can kill you, that's definitely true, yeah. I'm using Reaper. I don't know what stats I should focus on, like World vs. and PvE. In that case, Berserker stats are going to be really good for you. Oh yeah, check this out, guys. This is fucking content. Look at this YouTube comment. This guy took the 500. Essence of gold equals infinite scaling. It adds up. And as I view it, it becomes a fast way of fast traveling cost reduction. This guy, no joke, he's like, dude, Essence of Gold is amazing, right? I can't even believe this. This is insane. He literally took the 500. This is the guy who says, yeah, bro, I take that passive income. I turn down the $1 million. I take the $500 a month. Passive income, bro. You know what you do with that $500? You buy tomato plants. Then you sell the tomatoes and buy more tomato plants with that profit. You've turned your $500 a month into more with the power of tomato farming. Oh yeah, woo yeah. You disregard the fact that you could buy way more with $1 million, right? But it is what it is. I was being good faith there, Nike. There was definitely a little bit of anti-looking at websites there, but the good faith interpretation of what Dragneil said is that don't blindly copy stuff. That's not going to make you good at the game. You will, of course, if you learn your class, you will come up with the exact same result that all of the build websites come to, because there's a reason they end up that way. Is it a new thing that you're live on both? Yes. Armor set stats? Yeah, Berserker. Full Berserker. You can go full Berserker on Reaper, and then you can go with, for World vs. What I have durability runes and Relic of Speed. For PvE, you go with Relic of Fireworks and Dragon Hunter runes. Is it more profitable? Well, there's no reason not to. You know, like I can stream on both now. Like they lifted the restriction because Twitch used to say you can't stream on both at the same time, but now they can't. So it means I can just, you know, now people on YouTube can watch. Feels good. Afterwards, GS only. Balance match later, back to sword. Sometimes you swap GS. Also change with skills you want to use on GS. This will probably change again next week patch. Yeah, but I mean, again, I actually... I actually think that... I actually think that it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you're a hardcore player, you can adapt, right? And if you're a casual player, it doesn't matter if the rotation changes. Tracism is bad. You're wrong about this in PvP, Snoops. You've identified the symptom, but you failed to identify the cause. The PvP meta isn't solved because nobody cares. And also, PvP theory crafting just simply isn't important. The top players are so much better than their opponents, that it does not matter if they play optimal builds. If you had like an actual legit team, if you had Sind, Boyce, Zan, Misha playing a monthly, that they could play like a meta from last year and they'd still win. It's not really that important what they play. Same with Team USA. Team USA could play like meme shit, and they demolish everyone because they're much better than the opponents. There's no motivation for them to theory craft. People don't really theory craft in PvP because there's no motivation to. People just don't care enough about the game mode. Simple as that. It's not because it's harder to do. It actually is harder to do, obviously, because it's a PvP game mode, so there's like more variables at play. There's a lot of complexity to it, so that actually is true. That's not really the reason here, though. Like, PvP metas can get solved absolutely no problem. It's just there's no motivation to solve it. Like, people don't try. It's why that if I run a tournament, you'll see a shift in the meta because all of a sudden there'll be a motivation to do it. Let's go. The algorithm might fuck you. I think it's kind of handled differently on the live section. And who knows? I think I can probably grow it on YouTube as well over time. It's got to keep it up. It's like growing it on Twitch. Right now, not a lot of people are even aware that I stream there. But I mean, I haven't really done much on YouTube recently. I need to get back into it and make some content. I just haven't really had the time, to be honest, or any good ideas. But I have some ideas that I want to go through. I want to really focus on hard stuck stuff and kind of that side of it. It's actually really interesting. I feel like I'm going to end up being Reynad, the most discount irrelevant Reynad. I want to do a lot more on that. I want to work on the site a lot more. I want to try and do tournaments and events a lot more and kind of focus on YouTube content and stuff like that and focus on that side of it rather than actually playing the game. Because I'm not going to lie, playing the game is not that exciting to me right now. But I still like making content. I like making stuff. So I want to find a way that I can make stuff that doesn't involve playing the game as much, pretty much, if that makes any sense. Yeah. Very good. Yes. Branching Hardsuck into WoW builds. I think there actually is a little bit of a gap in the market for something like Hardsuck in the WoW scene, actually. I actually find the resources in World of Warcraft to actually be surprisingly mediocre. The problem is that you need to kind of have a massive knowledge catch-up, because the thing is, people are very good at WoW. I mean, people play that game professionally, so being able to actually make stuff like that in WoW, actually very difficult. Because, there's a much higher barrier to entry, basically, because the skill level in that game is significantly higher what it is in Guild Wars 2. So it's a little bit tricky, but it's possible. In what way would you like playing Guild Wars 2 more again? I mean, when the content releases, I think. And maybe if I can convince some of my friends to play the game. Like, right now, the issue that I'm running into is, my friends don't play. They don't really enjoy the game that much either. So that's kind of the problem. Because everyone's playing WoW and all that kind of stuff. And obviously that's the end of the world. That's not the end of the world. I mean, that's how it goes, right? Like, people move on. But that's kind of where I am right now. I don't like hate the game or anything. It's just that I'm just in a very weird spot with the game currently that means I'm just kind of like floating around aimlessly, pretty much. I'm trying to find my direction.
Assemble the crew.
Yeah. Let's go. I should do a Halloween fashion contest, actually. I should do it. It's time. I need to do a charity stream, actually. I'm doing something with Guild MM, but I actually haven't done it yet. I've got to do it by the end of October. Make an open world class tier list and rank Guardian dead last. Well, I actually should do an open world tier list, to be honest. I should do some open world builds, though, first. Although, holy shit, Guardian last? That's insanely unhinged. I feel like Guardian is maybe the best, even. It's insanely strong. It's more like the fucking... Well, honestly, I feel like Herald, right? Herald is probably... I feel like Herald is the best class for open world, no? Has to be. Yeah, 100%. It's ridiculous. Like, having... when I see loads of Heralds in the subgroups in, like, open world metas... Oh, yeah. That feels fucking good. That is so, so good. It just makes everything so much better when you have Heralds all over the place. Because it does crazy damage, has crazy CC, just everything about it is good. Yeah, it's, yeah, and it's actually really good if you want to do, like, the hero points and stuff. It's, like, best in every way. It's, like, god tier in terms of group content, and if you got to do, like, a hero point, it's ridiculous. Mech? Yeah, I mean, Mech is also pretty damn good. I think that Power Alacrity Mechanist is really good. Yes. Does the WoW bloat bother you at all? It's really been my pain points and add-ons. And Geolore, because if like I'm missing key references, I really think the WoW is the most robust class in the genre. Just feel a little bit too far behind. I'm not totally sure I actually... I don't feel that, obviously, because I'm not actually totally sure that I understand. Like... This is definitely where I think my ego, helps me a little bit. Like, if Max called me up and said, hey, dude, do you want to come and raid Mythic with us and tank in our main raid? That would obviously never happen because, one, I'm bad, and two, that's weird, right? I'd be like, hell yeah, let's do it. I am not the type of person to get intimidated by anything or anyone. If I'm in the same room as the Queen or the President or the Prime Minister, I'm fine with that. It's not really going to bother me. And it's the same with video games. I don't feel that. No, I don't. No. Yeah. It doesn't put me off, no. Because the thing is, and I want to turn this into something that's not just me, like, jerking myself off, something that's productive. It's because I go into something with this mindset. This is going to be difficult, but I can do it. I don't go into with the full ego, like, I'm better than Liquid, I'm better than Echo. No, that's obviously absurd. That's unhealthy. You don't want to have that mentality. You go in with the mentality, yes, I'm trash, I'm bad, right? My skill level, you got to be realistic with your skill level, right? But I go into it with the, I can do this. I can overcome this challenge. I believe that if I work at it, I will get it done, right? And I go into everything in my life with that mentality. So no, I don't get bothered or intimidated by structures or being behind or not being as good as other people or having to learn or any of that kind of stuff. It's because I always go in with, yes, this is hard, but I can do it. Yeah. Power Alac Tempest? Would it be griefing if you were into fractals or raids? I think in general the Condi Alac Tempest is a bit better, but I'm sure power is playable. Yeah. There, that's a good mentality, Noisy Room. What are you playing, WoW? Right now I'm playing all the tanks. So I'm playing Warrior, Death Knight, Brewmaster, Druid, Demon Hunter, and Monk. Currently I'm playing Bear in Mythic Plus, and everything in Raid. Next tier we'll see. I think it's entirely possible I'm playing Death Knight in the Raid. And I'm not actually sure in Mythic Plus. We don't really know yet. It might end up being Paladin or Death Knight or Vengeance Demon. We actually don't know. Not really. I like to see how it all kind of, kind of irons out. Yes. For me, it helped playing different games. Mission content, though, can't you work towards a new goal in game you can enjoy? Well, the trouble is, Woodbus, is that this is a really interesting one. I don't care about anything in video games. So I'm not a reward-oriented player. Rewards do not mean anything to me. I don't care about legendaries. I would happily... if I deleted my account, or if my account got banned, I'd come back tomorrow. Don't care. None of it means anything. I'm very motivated by meta goals. So building a community, running tournaments, making YouTube videos, making Twitch streams, doing something, like having a mission or a goal, right? That's kind of outside of the game rather than inside of the game, because I don't value that stuff whatsoever. And the issue with this is that I've run out of those. I've got nothing left. I did it. I beat it. And I don't really have anything else to do. And those types of goals, I admit, are a lot harder to come by. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm just kind of trying to see what I can come up with. The big thing I have with Guild Wars 2 is I've run out of content to make. I just don't feel like I have any more content to make. Also, Heavy Weapon Cow and Chowders, thanks for the subs, guys. I appreciate it. Do you have any incoming MMORPG that you would say will be a blast? To be honest, not a new one, no. However, I will admit I'm actually enjoying World of Warcraft. I'm enjoying Guild Wars 2. And also EVE Online is actually quite fun. Honestly, EVE Online is worth playing just to fly around and listen to the good music and look at the pretty space nebula. Yes. Who goes in with a mentality that you're going to lose? Okay, no. That's not the mentality people have. People don't go in with the mentality that I want to lose. People go in with the mentality, I can't do this, I'm not good enough. That is extremely common, actually. In fact, I would even go as far to say that's probably the majority of people's mindset. And more importantly, honestly, might be yours as well. I would be very cautious about memeing people for this. You would be surprised, I think. Role-playing in Guild Wars 2 or video games could be fun content if you're into that. Well, I mean, I am a role player. In the sense that, you know, like, you know, I'm the guild leader, right? Like, we're constantly RPing here. Do you see the thread about CC? Oh, God. What have you found me? MMO terminology, or how my GF got angry at the term CC? Wait, what? Wait, what was the original post? I'm going EB. What's the crowd control? Saying use CC makes sense. You're telling it to use abilities in the crowd control category. CC, what was the original meme? This is probably unhinged behavior. What's this thread? What do you got? Asher creation amount of potential. Yeah, that's coming in like 5 years. First time playing the game. 2 minutes running the story area. Licks between your toes. What the fuck? Okay, so there's like some foot fetishists in the open world. Nice. Incredible. Saying the term crowd control makes no sense because there's one boss. There's no crowd. I mean, that is quite funny. I mean, that, you know, that's based. Yeah. You're playing Havoc? You know what's actually so crazy is that Vivi's playing Augmentation Evoker next to... Oh, man, that's so crazy, actually. That's pretty wacky. Oh, man, that's so weird, actually. So it's so funny that he doesn't know about that yet. Candy Crush. Is a LOL and PvP player, but not much MMO. They're doing some open world, and OP yells CC. Wife says, what the fuck is CC? They get into a lighthearted argument, how crowd control doesn't make sense because they were fighting a single enemy. Not sure one plays LOL without knowing CC, though. Yeah, I mean, look, if she's going to be pedantic, I'll be pedantic as well. Her being upset at that is actually a fundamental understanding of how language works. No, sometimes communication is non-literal, and sometimes people speak colloquially, right? Which means that you might speak with a meaning that isn't exactly right, but everyone uses it that way anyway. Because there's one thing that is actually a really interesting nuance about language. Words do not have meanings. There is nothing inherently tree about the word tree. It is a usage. You use the word tree to describe a tree. It's not, there's nothing inherently tree-ish about the word tree. And this is kind of like one of the most important things you need to understand about how language operates, is words do not have an inherent meaning, they have a usage. There you go! Yeah. Enjoy. Is there any gaming going on here? Yes. PP. I'm getting the synths. There's nothing inherently teapotty about teapots. That's correct, yeah. Your purpose in life is to cast ebb and might until you die. That's the truth. Boom, I got that guy. I'm also immobilized for several thousand years. Get me out of here. Let's kill this firebrand. Can I leech some boons from this squad? It's a good question. I have got stability. I can leech their healing. That's the good news. Nice. The org press pressions 10 times the entire key. Well, I mean, that'll be you next tier. Mythic rating on org. Feels good. Hitting the guild decorations that are worthless with siege weapons should be usable. I think that actually would be pretty cool, yeah, if you could actually do that with the new PvP stuff. Yo, Rowan's in the chat. Mystic Guild Leader. Feels good. Taking out Heroic Lich King. Very nice. Very nice. Oh no. Oh, this is extremely bad. Ah! I'm not a 1v1. I'm not a 1v1. Get me out of here! No! I'm fucked. I'm fucked! No! Oh, I got picked off, guys. I was behind the herd. I'm the sickly gazelle. I am the sickly gazelle. I'm working on my first legendary. As I play the Destroyer, I need a gifted battle. Not yet have a Warclaw. Is it worth getting the Warclaw before? Not necessarily, but yeah, it's pretty easy to get, so you definitely can. Something that uses siege turtles? No, do not pollute world versus world with siege turtles. Any new plans like Zero to Hero? I would like to bring back Zero to Hero because I like doing something that's useful, but to be honest, I just need to actually, I need to find something to actually do, right? That's the problem. I have nothing to do on the Zero to Hero account. I mean, seriously, guys, what could I even do that would be in any way useful on that account? I beat it. I beat the game, guys. I have full guys, quick reminder. I have full legendary trinkets on that guy. Even that is almost surprising to me now that I think about it. I have full legendary trinkets on that character. I did an insane amount on that in a pretty short amount of time. I got insanely far. Nice. grind rifts. I'm not doing a single rift. I will never do rifts ever. Ever. Seriously, guys. Rifts are legitimately, in my opinion, the worst content in the entire game. I would rather do DRMs. World versus world guides? You do not need a guide for... I don't understand. Is this like Guild Wars 2 brain rot? Or is this modern gaming brain rot? Here's my guide for world versus world. Open menu, join Borderland, look at tag, or not actually. Wander around, fight people, job done. There we go. World versus world guide. It's a very quick one. Very good. For commanding, I'm going to have a... This is going to be a very, very harsh secret. Anyone who has the mental to... anyone who's got the mental to do this is already doing it. Simple as that. If you have the mental to command, you don't need a guide. And that is the brutal, honest truth, by the way. That is true. This is actually true of a lot of kind of leadership or competitive things. If you're a competitive player or you're a leadership player, you don't need a guide. So the problem is that with guides like that, I view it as a target demographic issue. Because the people who will watch the guide, you know, the people who are going to lead don't need it. And the people who would watch that video, who is it? Right? Like, who watches that? Nobody. Nobody's going to tag. Yeah. Yeah. A player might have the drive, but not the knowledge. No, that doesn't happen. That's a unicorn, in my opinion. If you have the drive, you'll get the knowledge. You know, no, I don't think there are driven players who don't. Oh shit! Did I just equip like a random? Yeah. What? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. That doesn't exist. That's a unicorn, in my opinion. Right, get in there. Yeah. Oh, they're over there. We've got to make it all the way over there, guys. Without getting ganked. It's going to be rough. Yeah. Within milliseconds of trading my GS only, Jalashir Vinegar almost them golden DBs as my Horsemith does. He's spent countless hours in the game. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that's actually tricky with NG, right, is that with NG, you can't see all of your skills. And you kind of can't with Rev, but you also kind of can, right? You just rotate through. The thing about, I think what's actually quite interesting is that NG is a priority, right? Whereas Vindy has a rotation. That's the difference. Engineer, of course it does have a rotation, but it's more of a priority-oriented rotation, right? Like, it's actually almost like both. It's like it's a normal rotation with a priority rotation layered on top of it, right? Because you have your rotation to go through heat and build your resource and manage that part of it. But you also have the priority part with the kits attached to it. So it's almost like two rotations going on at the same time. Would an Ironman challenge be a good idea for a series? I mean, do you know what the problem is with Ironman in this game? Is that it's not a challenge. Restrictions in other games, they are a challenge. It kind of requires creativity to solve. It's not exactly difficult. Like, if you think about something like Swampletics, right? Like the RuneScape series, right? That's not hard. Nothing you did there was hard. But it required a lot of creativity and problem solving. And that would not exist in Guild Wars 2. It would just be slow. Because if you're not going to be able to use the trading post, it's just slow. It's not difficult, and there's no problem solving. And that's what makes those series interesting, is that they always have like an element of creativity or problem solving, which wouldn't be present in Guild Wars 2. There you go. Indeed. If you learn the burst on reveal, like 7% done, that's actually true of most builds, funnily enough, especially power builds. If you can get the opener right, then honestly, you're good to go. Like, you're in business. Like, where you're going to lose most of your damage is basically within the first 10 seconds, more or less. At least on the golem.
It all makes sense now.
They're doing more M+. Team done. I will be playing a little bit. We have a bit of an issue right now. We can replace basically everything. We can replace our evoker and we can replace our priest, but we can't really replace our mage. And right now our mage has his PC is broken, which is a bit tricky. Little bit tricky. Ah, catapults. Very nice. Ah, and the shield gen too, huh? Very good. You know of the wealth lurking within the void? What are you guys talking about? What is this? When you're new to the world of MMOs, everything seems intimidating. Guides help with that anxiety. Compared to other genres, MMOs have a lot happening at once. You know, maybe I'm just contrarian. Chancellor, I am contrarian. But I actually view that as treating the symptom and not the underlying condition. I am not sure I think that's actually good. In my opinion, if people are feeling intimidated or anxious, we should actually be... We shouldn't be trying to remove the anxiety in the moment. We should be looking at making people who don't get anxious. Because otherwise, that player will be able to do something with a guide, and then when they come across something new, they'll be back to being helpless again. I think this is not good. I think a lot of players in MMOs have learned helplessness, pretty much. Right? Like they are helpless by design, right? They have learned to be helpless over time. And I think that's actually very bad. Why do you think not enough people tag up then? I can tell you why, but it's not a very positive answer. It's because the type of players who tag up are going to be very high investment, very high engagement players. And there aren't many of those in Guild Wars 2. Those players are exceptionally rare. And when I say exceptionally rare, I mean we're talking hundreds of players, not thousands, in the entire game, by the way. And I would say that across all game modes. There's probably 1,000 people tops who are very high engagement, very high commitment players in the entire player base. And if you don't believe me, go to World vs. World and notice how it's the same people tagging up every time. Literally. The same people tagging up. Go to Open World and see how you'll see the same people tagging up again and again and again. It's the same people tagging up again and again and again, right? Go to PvP and it will be the same people who are queuing for daily AT, right? And the same people who are putting teams together and making it happen. Go look at it. You'll see. It's extremely rare. Very rare. Exceptionally rare. I'd say that's true in other games, by the way. I wouldn't say it's just a Guild Wars 2 thing. You won't find many people like that in World of Warcraft either. Or any MMO. I would say it is disproportionately small in Guild Wars 2. So in other words, that is to say, I think the kind of committed player base is disproportionately low in Guild Wars compared to the actual population. I'd say it's much higher in WoW. There's way more high engagement players, relatively speaking, to the WoW population in World of Warcraft. Yeah, it's true there too. How do you get into World vs. World? My sir, I want to look for coordination, where to go, what to do. Honestly, just get in there, and you know what? Look, this is going to be the most crazy advice ever. The best way to do it is to actually just say, hey guys, anything going on? And then people will say, yo, we got some action on blue borderland. Let's go. Get in here, bro. Yeah, let's blast. Let's juice up. That's the way to do it, is to talk to people. Yeah. That is the way to go. We're nearly going to get in here. I'm standing off Zerg here, so I don't get hit by all of the kind of main AoEs. I think we can actually go for a kill here. I need to run in, though. Oh, no. Have I just killed myself? It is possible. Oh. I think I leached some speed there. Yeah, I leached some swiftness. Boom. Let's get in there. I'm in. Know all the classes, play them, and they contribute in World versus World. I mean, maybe, but honestly, just tag up and blast. Get people in, move them into subgroups, understand how boons work, and you'll be fine. Let's go. I'm going in. What are boons? These are all good questions. Oh no. Oh no. Ooh. Boons. As long as you only PvT and gank, yeah, you'll be fine. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You're not really gonna find like many like really hardcore tags out there. It depends what server you're on, obviously. But even if you do fights, you'll honestly be completely fine. World versus World these days is kind of a numbers game. You don't have as many, you know, unless you're into like a very large organized group, you can probably just roll people by having, you know, more of you. Right, just kind of get in there and smash people. I am a heal brand. I do not provide quickness. I am the purest form of healing guardian. Full Magi, 0 boon duration, full healing blast. Nice. That is indeed the purest form of guardian out there. Truly pure of heart. Pure of heart gaming. Nice. You know, heal-only builds used to be good when 10 target existed. There you go. I said it. But now 10 target doesn't exist. So any build like that is pretty much shit. The only heal-only build that was good was Heal Scourge. But now Heal Scourge is no longer, you know, 10 target, really. And regular Heal Scourge with Alacrity is also very good. So, honestly, it's fine. Big. Oh, no. I can't actually see where I need to jump here. There's too many effects. Do we need a dodge jump? I was talking about earlier, you'll get Steamrolled if you agree to World versus World being a pure name. Of course you will, but look, the way you learn is by doing, right? Like, you just get in there and immerse yourself in the culture, right? The way I'd compare it is learning like a new language. Like a really good way to learn a new language is to, you know, go to the country, right, that speaks that language and just immerse yourself in that environment, like in that culture. It's exactly what you should do with World versus World, right? Like, you know, just stop umming and ahhing and get in. Like, this is always the advice I'd give to people. I'd give this advice to people with raids, by the way. I'd give this advice to people about PvP, about World versus World, about literally anything. Like, in real life, too. Stop pissing about and get in there. Yes, you're going to make mistakes. Yes, you're going to fuck it up. But it's going to happen anyway. So you might as well, right? Like, you might as well just get in there. Yeah. Yeah. Get in there. Yeah. You will be dog shit. This is something that you have to accept in old games. I will grant you that it is worse than other MMOs. And let me tell you why. In Guild Wars 2... and we don't even need to talk about what there is. I'm just going to state this as fact, because this is fact, by the way. The problem in Guild Wars 2, this is in every single game mode, there's no mid-core. The mid-core, the middle class in Guild Wars 2 doesn't exist, which, you know, funnily enough, I think that's something we complain about in real life too. But there's no middle class. You're going to be encountering utter garbage, or people who have been playing the game for 10 years, and they know it like the back of their hand. There's nobody in the middle, right? Realistically. It doesn't exist. This is true in every game mode. It's most notable in... actually, no, I wasn't going to say... I was going to say it was most notable in PvP and World vs. World. And it kind of is, but it is extreme in PvE as well. And we saw that with Benchmark Brawl. Right? Benchmark Brawl, really hard to get teams for. And it's mostly because... there aren't that many players who are pretty good, but not top tier. You only have teams that are entry level or very, very good. So there just isn't much of a middle class. And this is why it's really tough. Well, it's not really tough. It's just that you're gonna have to take it on the, you're gonna have to take some L's when it comes to World versus World, because you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose a lot. Same as PvP. You will get smashed over and 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 over again until you win. And it will, you know, it's going to take you some time to do that. Like, that's something that you just have to accept. And that is because of the state of the game, but there's nothing that can be done about that. That's just the way it is. Yeah. Nice. Let's go. I think Heal Scourge is the most broken build currently in World vs. World Zergs. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, of course, like, any kind of revival power is always going to be pretty damn good. Especially seeing as it heals pretty well now, right? It has a lot of that barrier output that's very strong. Yeah, and your Necro, right? So you can do Well of Corruption still. All that kind of stuff. Giga chat approach? Yeah, you just have to giga chat it to me. Let's just get in there. It's always the way to do it. Let's go. I'm going in. It is time. Ooh. Yeah, that's the deal. That's the deal with getting into game modes. It happens with all MMO, all old games, by the way. Like, it happens with old games that are not going to change that much. You know, it's actually less of an issue, in my opinion, in more active games. So let's take, let's take, what's a good example? Dude, I'm trying not to say WoW because I hate bringing up WoW every single time. Fuck. But WoW is an unbelievably good example. WoW is a game that changes a lot. It changes very frequently. There's new balance, new abilities. They shake it up like every single expansion. And when you have a big shake-up like that, it resets everyone's skill level, if that makes any sense, right? It basically reduces how good people are because everyone has to relearn, right? And now let's contrast this with StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is never going to get another expansion, right? And what this means is that the skill level keeps going up. It keeps going up and up and up, and it never gets reset, forcing the players to adapt and relearn. That never happens. So what you have in a situation like that, and this is true in Guild Wars 2 as well, is that over time, the top players keep getting better, and they don't get reset. And this means that the distance between a new player and a top player steadily increases over time. And the difference between, like, and essentially middle players are the ones that suffer the most here because they're trapped in this void where there's only new players and only really, really good players. And they're left with basically nobody to play with. Because, and what ends up happening is that, and this is what, and by the way, this is how the middle class scene declines and decays. Mid-tier players are forced to either stop growing and say, this is as far as I go, I'm going to settle for a more low-end option than I'd like, or they have to basically grind like hell and try and make the jump to the top, which very rarely happens, doesn't happen very often at all. And what you end up doing is these middle-level players quit the game, basically, because they're not okay with compromising for a lower level of skill than they want, or they just sit there forever doing nothing and essentially become low-level players again, or they just quit the game. Yeah. Should I join the raids? I don't know how much I'm doing, like 30k on the golem. I don't know this game. I don't know, maybe. If you want to, you should. Yes, sign up for Raid Check Cup 3. Indeed, do it. Do it. Ah. Nice. Content. Content, my friends. Here we go. Guild Wars 1 is an example. Guild Wars 1 is a good example, yeah, because they did expansions very frequently there that jiggled the game a lot. Something new to do in World vs. World, there's nothing to be excited about. Even endgame repeatable content needs something fresh. Yeah, I think balance is the best way to do that. And new competitive structures, like new rewards and stuff like that. And eventually, probably a new map. I think 3 maps could be pretty cool, so you can like rotate. Each borderland is different, right? But that's probably like very far in the future or not at all. What's the most creative thing they could do with shortbow on engineer? I think they could make it into like an AoE weapon that like fires out some kind of explosive, either damage or support. So like you either like throw elixirs on people, not elixirs, right? Because they already did that with elixir gun, right? But you throw out stuff at people. Or, yeah. Whoa. What the hell is this? It's over for me. It is over for me, unfortunately. Third Borderland. I don't know what they would do with Third Borderland, to be honest. But I think there's some potential for a Third Borderland. Thoughts on the final send-off for tournaments in this game? Well, I kind of want to keep doing tournaments. It's just, to be honest, look, I'm gonna be transparent here, guys. I need to monetize it, essentially for me to keep doing it. It's really not worth it for me right now, because it's not competitive enough for me to do it for free. Basically. That is the reality. If it was more competitive, I'd do it for free. But, it's not that competitive, to be frank. Hell, even for this one, guys, no joke. We had one player basically saying, we are only playing this for the title, and if playing this means we have to play against better opponents, we're not going to play. Like, this team was literally saying, we only want to beat up on inexperienced players who are worse than us to get the title. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I have no interest in making anything with people like that, right? Like, what is the point in that? Absolutely pointless. Yeah. And then with Benchmark Brawl, people were like, oh, it's too hard. CMs are too hard. I'm like, oh my god, yeah, like this is fucking GG. Yeah. Like, it's just like, fucking hell, man. That's cringe. That is cringe. Yeah. Just the mentality in the community isn't there, right, for this kind of stuff to make it like really interesting to me. I like running tournaments, but if they don't satisfy me, then what's the point? I'm not going to run them. Cheapest way to get Mystic Clovers? Probably doing World vs. World reward tracks and doing weekly stuff, right? Doing like weekly memes, I would say, is the way to go. What's this guy doing? What the hell is going on here? Got some roamers chasing after me. Why he shows jumping puzzle speedruns. Indeed, indeed. Yeah. What a beautiful fungus. Indeed. Fungus gaming. I cringed. I spored. Then we need to almost like break out the roaming build here. This is it's a bit too cloudy to play Reaper, I think. Here we go. Let's go. Onwards, team. There's quite a lot of them actually, isn't there? The swarm. The swarm approaches. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we got going on here. What a burst DPS coming out from the opponents here. I have a CC down there, so people should be able to get that revive. Let's go. Be content in the guild hall now. PvP enabled jumping puzzle. Yeah, maybe. I think that would be really good for the GvG scene for sure. Exciting. Very exciting stuff. Good evening, Fazeman. I am not a food. I am indeed not a food. We got these trebuchets up. We are defended. I wonder if they're going to try and siege us down. Not looking like it, actually. Not looking like it. The cannon is just blasting them. Yeah, this is a classic situation, guys. In World vs. World. Hey, Nepali boy, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Classic situation, guys. Ow. Can maybe get this Willbender, right? Yeah, this guy's dead. The Willbender has been defeated. It's all about momentum. Like, maybe we can actually get a bit of a push going now. You always want to be kind of the aggressor, right? Like, if you're the aggressor, in general, you're pretty happy about it. You don't want to be the one getting pushed around. You want to be the ones kind of making the push happen. And now we have found our way. We are on the offensive. Very good. Very good. Okay, let's go. Get in there. Yeah, we got him. Huge. Pepe deflate. Don't deflate, Renorb. We must inflate. Yeah, that's... You know, the game went a little bit too hard there, I think. I'm completely unhinged. I like that. Hyper-aggressive. Renewed focus on this guy. Yeah, we got to drop off, though. We have been pushed. We have overextended. And the punishment has now happened. Well, at least we got this sentry, though. Relics preview, just receive them at the patch. Probably receive them at the patch. They could maybe do some, I could see them doing maybe some little previews in the extra live stream almost of their new Relics. I could see that happening. But I don't think it'll be on the balance stream. Maybe it will, though. I could imagine that being the case. Maybe they would. Maybe they would. Cellion Harbinger? Yep. D-Gen. Honestly, like, all the really disgusting roaming builds, they're all Celly. Like, Celestial is so strong in World vs. World. That's all the D-Gen shit. Yes. Then you can tell who's a roamer in World vs. World, because they all run, like, 5 defensives. Because everyone in this game mode is terrified of dying. Well, actually, that's not true. Roamers are scared of dying. It's actually really funny. Yeah. And you know why they're scared of dying, guys? The reason why they're scared of dying is even funnier, actually. They're scared of dying because they all record each other. They all record each other dying and upload it. It's something. It's a thing. Yeah, I mean, this guy's trying to do the SD thief thing, but it's not really working. Plus the relics. Oh yeah, there we go. They are showing the relics then. Nice. Big preview. Big preview. We love to see it. Oh. This guy's dead. Yeah, he instantly respawned there, by the way. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, man. I actually feel bad. I'm almost tempted to not attack him. Because that guy has been hard focusing me with him and his buddies all day so far today. And you see that he died. He instantly respawned because he's... oh, no. Oh, man. Dude, imagine living like that. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. And he's just, like, so angry and humiliated that he died in a PvP game mode that he has to instantly respawn. It's actually just... Oh, man. World PvP does weird things to people's guys. It does really weird things to people's brain. Okay. Indeed it does. This guy's name is... His guild name is EZ. I like it. Yeah. Relics. Hope they're exciting relics, guys. Very hype. That's what we need. We need some hype relics right now. Honestly, this is not that good content. I think it might be time to abandon World vs. World forever and never return. No, I'm joking. I'm scared of dying because I myself jump on them and throw rams if I kill them. Nice. Yeah. Incredible. Already has been abandoned. Well, I think, you know, look, the thing is, you just gotta, you just need to understand that Guild Wars 2 is in like a time warp. What's something that might take 3 months in one MMO is gonna take 3 years in Guild Wars 2. I'm not even saying that as a pejorative or like as a roast. You just have to understand that is the state of play, guys. Things just happen very, very slowly. I think Arena are actually pretty committed to making alliances happen and, you know, improving World vs. World. It's just that it's going to be ridiculously slow. It's going to be far slower than any other game in terms of their development schedule. That's just how it is, right? Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Welcome to Guild Wars 2. Also, scales. Look at this. Look at this guy. Jesus Christ. Dude, he's playing SD Thief as well. This is like the biggest I'm scared of dying build that exists. Not even joking, man. Like, anyone who plays SD Thief in World vs. World just is actually thinks you die in real life if you die in the game. I'm sorry, man. He's got the full infusions as well. Come on, man. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? He shadow stepped here. Yeah. He actually took it. Oh, no, he didn't take it back. Almost thought he took it back. He might take it back still. There's a Mesmer here. We need to be very careful. Yep, here we go. Very big. We tried to interrupt there. It didn't really work though, did it? Oh. Well, there's some other gamers here. Unlucky. You hate to see it. I was a clean 1v1 there. Until it wasn't. You hate to see it. That's how good gw2 is. Otherwise, rushed features so I get players excited as soon as possible. Ain't it doing something for so long that most forget about it. This is actually something that, to be honest, this is why alliances are just such an albatross of a feature, right? Like, it's such an albatross. Because the problem is that it's been in development for so long that nobody even knows what the hell is going on anymore. Also, yo, Scales, I heard about the winterberries, bro. That's pretty crazy. I see you've been doing a lot of farming there. Impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff. This guy's got more winterberries than I think almost anyone else in the game. And that's a lot. It's a lot of good stuff going on there. Alright, I'm going... You know what, guys? Let's see what's going on here. I want to see the abomination of the Labyrinth. Let's see if people are doing it. We're going to do a documentary here, guys. Let's go ahead and do a documentary. Here we go. Oh. Can't even join. Oh, dude. Q size 2? What the fuck? Dude, lab farm only green. No mounts. Okay. Lab farm. Why can't I join? I can't get in. Oh, it's because I'm still queuing, aren't I? That's why. I'm in. Oh, this is the wrong map. How about this one? Okay, no. Where's the commander? The fuck? Oh, Q size 1? What the? Nah, screw this. Dude, it's impossible. The map size is very small. That's why this appears to be a lot more populous than it actually is. You're only allowed 30 people on a lab farm here, which is kind of interesting, actually. It's a very, very small map. You really can't get that... You really, really cannot get that many people in. $25? Oh, yeah, it's something like that. It is a number. It is a number. I know that. But it's not a very high number. I just want to get in and see how people are doing it. Okay. How about this one? Jesus, why is it loading so slow? What's this? Q size 1. Alright, fine. I'm going to commit to this one, guys. Oh, nice. I'm in. Okay. Oh, dude. Are people good doing the thing? Let's see if they're doing the thing. Oh my god! He's pulsing swiftness and regen! He's not even pulsing quickness! Jesus Christ. I'm giving 25 might. I'm going full blast. I have to stop this. This is an abomination. We must go full blast. There will be quickness. There's zero quickness. There's literally zero quickness. There is literally zero quickness from these guys. The reason why this is a problem, guys, is because this is rewarding you for playing the game badly. The game is literally rewarding you for being bad at the game. And it actually punishes you for playing the game well. I'm sorry. How do we not see that as a problem? Is that not a massive problem? The game punishes you for actually using the combat system. Oh, someone summoned the boss. What the fuck? It's crazy. Are we killing the boss? We're probably not killing the boss, right? Don't care about that discourse. Yeah, I mean, look, we're talking about game design. Ooh, I do like that Mesmer with the feedback, though. That's actually huge. Yeah, because that basically does do a lot of damage there. Oh, guess we need stability, yeah. Stability, go. Blast. Oh no, we have negative alacrity because of the candy. I'm going to get candied. There we go. Blast. Let's go. You know, I would actually really like this. I would really like the Labyrinth if you actually got rewarded for playing the game well. Right? Like, this would actually be such a cool activity if the faster you farmed it, the better the gold per hour was. That would actually be really cool. Am I crazy? Because then it would be like a really fun, like, social activity you could do with your friends and actually just blast. Right? Just go to the Labyrinth and just blast as hard as possible. I think that would actually be really fun. But instead, it actually is a brain rot sim that basically rewards you for being terrible and actually actively encourages you to be bad at the game. Like, I think it's fine if you don't get rewarded for being good. I actually, you know what, that's a hot take, but I actually don't care that much. What I do not think is good design is when the game punishes you for being good at the game. That is a problem. If you get punished for being good and learning the game, that is probably really bad design. Not a fan. Ooh. Let's go. Come back. Get over here. Ah! I'm dead. I got stuck on that rock. It's crazy, guys. The labyrinthine horror is too hard. We did it. What is punishing for being good? Basically, the optimal way to earn rewards in the labyrinth is basically to remove your gear and not even attack. I'm not joking. Yeah. Which is, weird. Dude, there's more heralds. There's more of them. They're spreading. The disease is spreading, guys. How do I add Breakbar and Art DPS? You just summon another window and then set it to Breakbar. Easy. Hey, what is it? I need to get more bags on this guy, I think. This is kind of crazy. You're losing the... Look, guys, I don't care about loot. Loot is of no value to me. Why is it worth? Otherwise, does it compare your power to the kinds of enemies you get or something like that? Well, it's just that, basically, there's no benefit to killing it quickly, right? So, basically, all the doors here, all the loot is on like a fixed respawn timer, and it's very slow. So if you kill it quickly, all you're doing is you're going to make yourself be AFK a lot more, basically, instead. And, of course, not everyone will tag it, right? Not everyone will get the tags if you kill stuff too quickly. So you're actually punished for going fast. You're incentivized to go slow and play badly, pretty much. That's how it is. Let's go. Me auto attack. I can't believe that didn't hit. That's crazy. Not having alacrity is sad. Where's my alac? Yes. Hand pink waving. Welcome, my friends. One lap and then going away for a while. No, I'm pretty sure it is intended to be a kind of like a farm. Otherwise, they would have changed it, right? They could have changed it. They didn't want it to go that way. I am a quickness enjoyer. Look at all that quickness, guys. We love to see it. The boss is dead. We got him. Gen V? I'm not really enjoying it that much. I feel like it's just trying too hard. You know, I think that, like, there's a lot of shows that try to be like The Boys, right? Like, intentionally, like, really over the top and really crazy. I'm definitely feeling that with Gen V. It's like, it's really trying hard to be super outrageous, and, well, to be fair, I guess it has succeeded. It's definitely, some pretty fucking wild stuff is going on, right? But, I don't know. I think it is not that compelling, to be honest. It is The Boys. Yeah, I know it's The Boys, but it's not literally The Boys, right? It's a spin-off of The Boys. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's got enough, it hasn't got not enough story, to be honest. It's just like, yes. Like how unhinged everyone is. And it is pretty unhinged. Yeah. But I feel like if you're going to be unhinged, you have to be unhinged for a reason, almost. And I feel like it's unhinged for no reason whatsoever. Oh, no. I really like The Boys. I'm not really enjoying Gen V that much. It's alright. I mean, I'll probably watch it, but it's not something that, I'm not impressed by it. You know, it's, I'm not impressed by it. Yeah. All right, I'm getting out of here. Let's go. Well, thing is, it's not that different in terms of what it is, but the boys is pretty pointed with it, right? It's got the show actually has a point, in my opinion. Whereas Gen V, I don't think it has a point, right? Like that's kind of the issue. It's like, look, random stuff is happening, and it's like, well, you know, sure, I guess it's like light entertainment, but I think the boys is a very compelling overall story. Whereas, I don't know, maybe Gen V is going to have a really sick story coming up in a moment, but no, I don't find it that compelling. Mostly true to the source material. Honestly, The Boys is actually good because it mostly isn't true to the source material. This is actually one of the very rare cases where I think the source material was massively improved. In fact, I would actually level the same criticism at the original source. I've actually read a couple of the comics, right? Because I was interested where it actually came from. And it is just the most over-the-top, unhinged shit that's just deliberately trying to be as offensive and as edgy as possible. I think it's way less interesting, actually, than the show. I think the show is way more interesting. I'm going to upset all of the comic fans, but nah. The show is way better than the comics, way more interesting than the comics, I think. Yeah. Let's go. Smudging. Yeah. Have you watched Invincible? I haven't watched Invincible. What is that? Alright, let's get out of here. I need to be free of the Labyrinth farm, guys. Get me out of here. How do I leave? Holy shit. Onwards. I'm going in. I'm getting out of here. I never watch shows. Another superhero show that's good. Interesting. All right, what are we doing? What are we gaming? What's going on? All right, Dragon's End. Let's go. I'm going Dragon's End, boys. Let's do it. Another comic adaptation, Amazon Prime. Interesting, okay. Keys. Now, today we're playing Guild Wars 2, guys. Today is Guild Wars 2. I'm chilling. I want a very chill, relaxing day today. I've had a fairly intense week. Want to keep fresh, keep it chill. And then go big. We'll go massive on Saturday, finishing off Mythic Sarkareth. What's the field that you're a complete amateur? You think it'll be cool to be a professional in? Probably powerlifting. It's something that I would actually be interested in doing competitively at some point, if I can actually assign the time to properly train, actually, and really improve my physical performance. It might be the sport I actually enjoy the most, I think. I really enjoy it. It's not something I actually have a lot of time to do right now, actually. It's, you know, I'm fucking lazy slacker, but, yeah, probably that. What do you think of shortbow NG? Could be interesting. I mean, there's, I think all the new weapons are going to be very interesting. Like, it's something that ANET always does a good job of. I think ANET do a good job with making classes of some pretty interesting skills, I think. Are all your boys addicted to WoW? Yeah, this is the... It is, yeah. Like, the problem is that a lot of the people I play Guild Wars 2 with have kind of had the same revelation. Like, it's like, why would I log into Guild Wars 2? Right? Like, that's where a lot of the people I know are at right now. They're like, why would I log in? Like, why? Like, you know, I've got 5 hours of free time, or like 3 to 4 hours of free time, whatever, how many hours people have. And people are going, why would I not log into WoW instead of Guild Wars 2. So, it's, you know, it's a little meme. Little meme situation. But it's fine. We'll do the Strike CMs tomorrow. It's going to be great. Professional powerlifting with steroids, though? It probably would. But I guess professional is maybe the wrong term. I just mean very good at or competitive at. But, you know, I don't think I'd do performance-enhancing drugs. That's probably a little unhealthy. Although, to be fair, they're probably pretty stringent on it. Like, I think in strongman, I think there's a lot of that going on. I don't know. I actually have no idea. I have no idea about powerlifting. I guess the problem is that you can probably train with steroids and then just get off them so that nothing shows up on the test when you actually arrive at a competition. But I actually have no idea. They might test you during training. They do with some sports. They do with swimming, by the way. Like with swimming, if you want to be a professional swimmer, they won't let you get away with that. You don't just get tested on the day. You have to get regular tests. So it's much harder to get away with it. People still do, right? Because there's always things that people can come up with, you know, that kind of don't show up, obviously, or like have a very short duration. So they, you know, they don't appear properly, but it's much harder to do in some sports. Yeah. 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 It's a lie pushed by the global elite. If you mean by global elite, you mean science, then you know what? You're right. Here we go. Juice. There we go. Let's go. Mace Ranger. Need help understanding this choice. Want to give him the rifle? Well, they like to come up with different things, right? Like Ranger, you know, they like to come up with like different weapons and introduce new play styles. That's why.
Keep gathering that I can feel the void's grip loosening on this area. Don't.
Let's go.
Excellent. I can feel the crystals. I sense a powerful presence approaching. Be on guard.
Destroy the corpse knitter. How can you ever call anything online competitive in good faith when internet speeds and hardware vary so much across the world? In addition to most esports being played with performance-enhancing drugs? Or for the exact same reason in, you can call things competitive in real life. Like, some people have better access to training, some people have better genetics, just flat out, and that becomes very relevant at high level, obviously. And not everyone is equal there, right? Like, but we do our best to make sure that it's as competitive as possible and as equal as possible. Simple as that. Yeah. Ah! Silver Moon! Thanks for the raid. We have some cats appearing in the chat. Very nice. What's the most gold you've ever had? Wallet gold? I don't really keep a lot of wallet gold, so the number's not that high. I think the most I've ever had was about 25,000. So again, not crazy. But yeah, but that's mostly because I don't really hold gold. I only hold items. The most liquid gold I've had on my account is about 700k. No, yeah, 800k actually, around 800,000 gold I've had on my account at any given time. Mostly in items though, bear that in mind, guys. That was almost exclusively in items. That was the biggest nothing answer ever. Wait, what do you mean? Like, what do you think I failed to address with the esports thing? Like, just because people cheat and there is some inherent unfairness doesn't mean that we can't call something competitive. It doesn't mean that we can't work to prevent that as well. And, you know, you can kind of actually see this in esports, by the way. You'll notice, No Name Streamer, a lot of esports games not only have servers all over the world to reduce latency issues, you'll play them live, where the latency isn't a problem when you actually get to competitive level. And, of course, even more than that, they run on pretty low-end hardware. You don't need, like, a sick computer you don't need to have, like, a really expensive PC to run League of Legends or CSGO, right? Or anything like this. It's simply not a requirement. A lot of the inequality that you're talking about definitely exists in certain games. Like, for example, you definitely need a pretty decent machine to run MMOs if you want to compete in MMOs, but MMOs aren't really that competitive, so it's like not really a big deal in my opinion. Very nice. Matter in the chat, Jester also in the chat. Big. Yeah. Very good. CS gone. CS cone. You should always be clever to claim cheats. I've been accused multiple times, even though I'm having good genetics. Well, bear in mind, the reason you're being accused of cheating is because you hack in Guild Wars 2. Gotta bear that in mind. Yeah. Minimap to the top. Click on the right-hand side and drag. Wait, cone is enabled? Are you guys enabling cone or what? Wait, Mata, have you seen the cone emote? I'm not even sure if she's seen it. We might have to show Mata the cone emote. Wait, you haven't seen cone? Someone link Mata cone. No, I think you'll like it. Yeah, Silvermoon is a cone enjoyer. It's too powerful. Just link Mata cone. Alright, fine. Mata, I'm sending you cone. There you go. Yeah. 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 She knows the origin story. Let's go. Esports is dying because they centralize shit. Not really. Esports. I mean, esports isn't dying. It's just doing a capitalism. The thing about capitalism is that resources tend to get consolidated. So realistically, it's really hard to survive as a small esports outfit, but the really big ones, they're doing fine. Like, you know, Valve, Riot, all this kind of stuff, Blizzard, right? They got no problems. It's going to be like the smaller outfits that have problems. Like, I think when people say that esports is dying, it's more like, in some way, it's like losing its soul, which isn't exactly untrue. Like, that kind of is true in a way. Dude, nobody wants to do Dragon's End, man. That's kind of sad. And also, esports is just very expensive. It's one of the... I think it's one of the hardest industries to be profitable in. Very, very hard. Wait, Jester, stop doing fucking dailies, man. Fuck that shit. The Team Zells are running out of money? Yeah, because... And this is just a really kind of like, oh, dude, it's 10-man raid mode. Okay, that's why no one's joining. What the fuck? Well, that explains a lot. Yeah. Juice. Juice in brackets, juice. But yeah, it's very hard to survive in esports. Thing is, it's actually very similar to real sports in this regard. Nobody cares if you're second best. And, you know, I don't even necessarily disagree with that. I think, you know, like winning, if you don't win, you're just the first loser. Like, simple as that. That's a fact. And this means that it's very hard. There's only like a certain amount of people who can make money from esports, right? And all this stuff. It's very, very limited. Can't be that many people. Because not everyone can win. Don't get returns on revenue. I mean, listen. Did you get denied joining like a pro team or something? And now you're like saying they're all on Adderall? And you're blaming them for your own inadequacies? Let me give you some advice, okay? It's not the Adderall. They may well be on Adderall, but the reason you're not in these top teams, simple. It's because you're dog shit. I'm afraid You are the soy jack. They are the Zaist in this situation. Yeah.
Yes, keep gathering that magical energy.
Yeah. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. I spoke to a former company owner. Yeah, and I bet it was your dad too.
Be on guard.
I seem bummed out. I'm a little chill today. You know, I'm a little relaxed. Yeah. Let us star 5. Boom. Yeah, he spoke to Ocelot, the most sane company owner. It's possible. Ah, Snizzle.
The void energy is being neutralized by
Do you feel good that we've been bogged by MSC's PC insanely hard? Do you hear what happened to his PC, by the way, Snizzle? Do you actually hear about this shit, bro? His dog destroyed his motherboard. I don't even want to know what happened. It was some kind of like dark dogwart situation. I don't know what's going on there. But I don't understand. Yeah. Yeah, dude, seriously, guys, his dog literally destroyed his motherboard. I don't know what that means exactly, but his dog must have somehow just got in there, right? Like, I guess the panel was off or some shit. The dog went in and just destroyed. Just went crazy, obliteration. Yeah. Yeah. It is a good question. How did the dog even get into the computer? We might have to ask Embassy a little bit more about this. No other components? I mean, it might have been more than one component. We don't know. He's fixing it next week, but yeah, his own dog just destroyed his machine. Yeah. Yeah. I would have a better chance of getting an Esports. Listen, no-name streamer. Listen, buddy. Look. You know what? Actually, today is a day of charity. I'm turning over a new leaf. You know? Well, no, I'm not. But I'm doing this for the content. Transparent. This is for the content. Listen. This is what you got to do. You have two choices. You have to stop trolling the chat, or I want to know the real story on why you're salty about esports. I want to know what team you failed to get into. I want to know what game it was in, right? And I want to know the fucking juice, right? So what I'm saying is, put up or shut up, my friend. That is what I want to see. I want content. I want gaming. I want the story of how you were trialing for an esports team, and then you look over and the guy is just like snorting a line of Adderall, and you go, fuck, there's no way I can compete with this. Like, all the guys, they're doing that. Look, people do it rectally too, by the way. Randy told me about this. Or Randy, of course, ex-SC member, was talking about how he'd actually give himself fucking Adderall enemas. I'm not even joking. That's true. He would do that. To actually blast for raid tournaments and shit. That actually happened. Yeah. So, look, maybe that was going on. Like, you know, you were there in, like, the fucking, the team house, and the boys like, oh, yeah, you know, let's fucking go. They had, like, a big Adderall party, if you know what I'm saying, right? That's, I don't know. If you're not going to tell us the story, I'm not interested. The chat knows what I'm talking about. The chat wants to hear the story. I want to hear the story, but you actually have to tell us the story. You can't just, like, you can't cop out. Yeah. The esports team fucked his GF in front of him. That also could have happened. Okay. Maybe, you know, he was, dude, he was grinding the ladder, right? He was grinding the fucking ladder. He goes home after a hard day's work. Honey, I'm home. And the entire fucking esports team is in bed. Like, holy shit. And you know you know what? Do you know why he's mad? He's not mad because they're there. He's mad because they didn't invite him. Like, he'd have been down with it. He'd been like, yeah, you know what? Honestly, I'm into it. But he didn't even get invited, so that's what really hurt him and set him on this this path of destruction. Yeah. 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 They were fucking his GM on Adderall. He got cucked by Adderall. They wronged him. Oh, man. Dude, I fucking love this video. I have to share this with you guys. Okay? Oh my god, it's so good.
You've done it! My crystal...
After I've been wrong.
Sorry, this is fucking insane. Like, you know, it's almost... It's actually a lot like watching Low Tier God. In some way, you actually feel dirty for even looking at it. Because you're watching someone who needs serious help. Okay? So it's like, it's not funny, but also you can't look away. Right? It's just, you're transfixed. You have to watch. You can't not watch it. You know? Yeah. Yeah. That type of operation is just insane. The guy has 9 accounts, paying 9 subs at WoW, has level 60 characters on all of them. Their only purpose is griefing. Yeah. What exactly is happening there? It's about the raid buffs on PB servers? Yes. But it's not raid buffs, it's world buffs. So basically, in classic WoW, there's something called world buffs. And you get world buffs, they're very powerful. They're like... if you have full world buffs, I think you're over double as strong in terms of your damage output and survivability. They're very, very powerful. But here's the catch. You can only get a world buff if you're in a specific location when a certain quest is finished. It's basically, you can, every time you kill a raid, you get like a head from, the boss drops a dragon head, right? You turn that head in, and then everyone in the area gets a buff. So you basically have to coordinate this on your server, and guilds talk to each other about this, about like turning in these world buffs to make sure that everyone can do raids like really efficiently and like speedrun stuff. Now, here's the catch. Some of these buffs are actually dispellable. Notably Songflower, which you get from picking a flower in Fellwood. Diamol buffs, which you get from going into a dungeon that's been soloed by a hunter. You usually pay gold for this service, unless your guild is doing it for you. Those can be removed. They're also very strong. And also a variety of other... And also, if you die, you lose them. So in other words, if you get PvP'd, your buffs are gone. And, you know, like, you can obviously, like, grief insanely hard here. And well, it's not even griefing. It's on a PvP server, right? So it's PvP. But yeah, you can basically completely destroy people. And then the problem is you want to synchronize all of these buffs at the same time, right? So if you lose half of your buffs, well, then you're going to lose time on your other buffs. So it kind of like desyncs you.
Get ready.
Basically, if you get dispelled, it's annoying.
Then pick a fight with an elder dragon. Meet at the quarry. We'll set off so we can reach her before nightfall.
Dragon's End not full. It's the Labyrinth up right now, guys. Come on. The Labyrinth farm is more important. I'm getting the protocols. Let's go. Yo, Angels! What's your #1 recommendation for an MMORPG besides Guild Wars 2? World of Warcraft. Without a shadow of a doubt. Controversial take. WoW is actually a good game. That's going to be my video title. Yes. World of Warcraft. Good game. That's how it is. Retail? I think pick your poison. Either is fine. World of Dogcraft. Wait, this guy is just... What's going on over here? I haven't played Age of Empires, no. Does WoW have much open world stuff, or is it raids and M+? it has like story open world stuff. There is I actually want to try and test this to see how much content there is, but there is a disgusting amount of content. If you wanted to play through the entire story of Dragonflight, holy shit, it would take you a long time. Like all of the quests and side stories and stuff, my god. I think that would, I don't know how many, I actually don't even want to guess how many hours it would be, but it's a lot. It will take you a long time. And that's like the open world stuff. Like, yeah, the open world stuff is basically like quests, open world quests and stuff like that. There are world bosses and stuff like that, and world events, and they're all right. You know, that it's not like Guild Wars 2. It's pretty mediocre, to be honest. Well, it's pretty not good, to be honest, but it does exist. I actually think that if they, you know, I really get the impression that they're not even trying, really. I think it's pretty clearly not a huge priority. I think that, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about this, guys, while gearing my warrior. The problem that WoW open world has is actually vertical progression. And funnily enough, this is why rewards in instance content in Guild Wars 2 are either time-gated or bad. The reason is because rewards in open world in WoW suck. You can't get good gear in open world. You have to go into raids and do that, basically. I guess theoretically you could craft all your gear, but you're not going to get tier set by doing that, so whatever. And the problem is that open world isn't relevant in World of Warcraft, outside of story. And it's really hard to do it without making it cancerous. For example, it used to be relevant. It was called Azerite power. It was called artifact power, right, in Legion and BFA. And they did a bunch of dailies, right, in Shadowlands that you had to do that people fucking hated. But of course, that is a bit of an issue. It's like, I think it's really hard. Oh yeah, we can open voice actually, Angels. I think it's super hard to do it. To actually keep this balance between the open world. Because I actually think this is something I would say about World of Warcraft. I do kind of wish the open world was more relevant. I wish that I actually, oh yeah. I guess I'll open this. I do actually wish I had a reason to play open world in WoW. I think this is actually something that would be cool if it was possible. I'm not sure I really see a way to do it, though, without kind of making the game potentially very annoying for a lot of players. But yeah, what do you think about that?
I think the answer is gold, right?
You'll make it a really good gold farm? Like, really sick gold farm?
Yeah. Yeah, I think if it's like a solid gold farm and like you're really incentivized, like everyone wants like the crafted gear and stuff. And I think a lot of people have complained about like the costs of crafted gear.
Yeah.
I think if you can like add some raw gold to the mix, you know, maybe a daily that you can go and do, like a daily meta events that's active, and you can go farm some gold. It's like a good amount of gold too. I think that's pretty decent. That would have a lot of engagement, I think.
Yeah. For sure. And I guess you have like the dragon riding dailies, but that's obviously like pure solo content, right? Like you're not really
yeah.
You don't really like it's not like a meta event or something like that. Yeah, that would be good, yeah, because you could basically have like, oh yeah, if you want to get gear, you can go in the instances and stuff. And if you want gold, you do open world. Because I mean, obviously right now, instance content in WoW is like a huge gold sink. By design, of course, right? Like that's intentional.
Yeah.
It's a huge gold sink. Like you don't make gold doing M+ or raid, like unless you're boosting people, obviously. To be honest, it's actually one of the things that I actually have no idea what people do to farm gold in WoW. I guess they just do like the dailies, right? Like the dragon riding stuff, I guess, is like the way you slowly accumulate wealth in the game and do old content, I guess, and like sell what you get from the old content. That seems like so weird though, that's the way that it works. It's very unusual.
Old content is so big. Yeah. So big. I think actually, you know, transmog options, you know, like people go back and do like the daily raids, right?
Yeah.
Not the daily raids, the weekly raids. I think if you had like, you know, actually, I think the real problem with WoW's open world content is that it's weekly.
Yeah, it needs to be like daily instead, or something like that.
It needs to be daily, yeah. Like Guild Wars 2 actually knocks this on the head.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
The fact that open world content, it means that there's a reason to go back.
Yeah.
If there was like some super rare transmog that you could go farm daily for, that'd be kind of good. And I don't know if you saw this, but they've added a mechanic for the next tier's like open world stuff where you actually get mega boosted as a solo player if no one else is there.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, so you can just always do the event, basically.
Yeah, yeah. And then should be a better source of catch-up gear. I think the Dream, whatever they're called, is actually the best thing they've done in terms of catch-up gear, right? Like, it actually gives you a decent amount. But, like, you should be able to just farm catch-up gear, I think. I don't see how that would be unhealthy if you could just get, like, 400 base. Well, equivalent to 400 base right now. Just by farming the open world matters all the time.
Yes.
I think they tried to make open world too close to raid loot, if that makes sense. Like weekly gated, one item.
Yeah, you go and get your dream surge once a week or whatever. It's like yeah. It's pretty low energy. You know, it's definitely pretty low energy stuff. Yeah, it's really tricky. Yeah. It's tricky to keep the balance, I think, because the thing is that WoW has this issue where they have to like deliberately slow you down because otherwise it'll be too quick. Yeah. You can just grind, right? Like so if they made it so you could do like a daily dream surge, that's one piece of champion gear a day. It's actually insane if you think about it, right? It'd be insanely good for like gearing all your characters, which is actually they don't really want you to be able to do that because then in a way like the players won't have any fun, right? It's actually so weird. Vertical progression is so interesting to me on like a psychological level. It's like in a lot of ways, Season 2 actually wasn't fun for people because they were just done with it so soon, right? Because they had their best in slot gear and basically like Mythic, like who the fuck wants to raid Mythic for like 3 eye levels? No joke. It's honestly less than that, right? Like what? We were basically locked in BIS after Rashok. I think you even earlier actually, pretty much, in terms of like Mythic raid progression. It's just not really worth it for a lot of players to get into. That's because that's the vertical progression thing, right? With like the rewards, and you're not making any gold from raid, right? Like you're only doing it for the accomplishment of doing it, like for getting cutting edge. It's the only reason you would do it, which is very interesting. I think WoW has a really difficult job making all of these game modes work together because, of course, it makes sense, right? Like open world's the easiest content. Like you do your quests to get your starter gear, then you do dungeons, then you do raids, right? Like and then you go through the difficulty settings of raids. Like over time, and that's kind of makes sense. But of course, it does mean that essentially players move through the system, and then it leaves like people are eventually done. Everyone ends up completed, so you have to slow it down on purpose. It's super difficult. It's super difficult to do, but it would be good because I do think they've got some potential there. Like if they actually put effort into those events, I think they could actually be pretty good if they actually bothered to develop them.
Yeah. They have so many good systems, and they have so many good opportunities to create actually interesting open worlding. I mean, the raid encounters are insane, right? Like they could easily have similar sort of like tech and whatever for the open world stuff. Maybe not the walls or the Echo of Notharin. I don't think that would be a good.
That'd be a great open world raid boss. That'll be fun. That'll be enjoyable.
Oh yeah. That'll be good. That'll be good.
Get in there! Attack!
Yeah, I think there'll be new weapons. There'll be new weapons in the big expansion, and also, someone asked me a question. What's the last single player game you played? It's actually a really good question. It was probably some old RTS game, to be honest. Anything special about Herald other than the boons? Does a lot of damage. It's also very tanky and has very good CC. There you go. Questions answered. Boom! Let's go.
It's also kind of easy to play.
Yeah. Also, this is actually important for everyone to know here. Like we talked about WoW there, but I actually want to point out that Guild Wars 2 actually has the exact problem inverse. Instance content is irrelevant in this game, in that sense. And bear in mind, guys, you might go, oh, but I play for fun. Bear in mind, guys, most people who play Guild Wars 2 actually play it as an RPG. That is to say, they enjoy the progression. They enjoy building their character, building their account, right? Which is, that's good, right? Fair enough. That's a perfectly valid way to enjoy an RPG experience. And bear in mind, instance content is irrelevant for that. So we're not actually derailing here because these two games, WoW and Guild Wars 2, actually have the inverse issue. And what's interesting is that Guild Wars 2 doesn't give a lot of gold to instance content, with the exception of Fractals. And I'm not going to lie, guys, they probably regret that. In fact, no, sorry, they definitely regret that. I think that Fractals giving you that much liquid gold is probably one of the biggest issues with the economy that they could possibly have. If ANET could go back, they would nerf the fuck out of the gold drops from Fractals without a shadow of a doubt. We even saw them try and do it, right, with nerfing the Mystic Coins a little bit from CMs. And if they could remove the liquid gold, the wallet gold, they would. By the way, that's not even controversial. You could probably, the devs would never say that, obviously, but yeah, they obviously would. It's just not good for the game, for content like that to be that rewarding. If it gave materials, it would be less of a problem, but because it gives wallet gold, that's an issue. Because bear in mind, guys, when you introduce wallet gold to the game, that's actually adding new gold into the game, right? Whereas if you give a material, that's not actually adding any gold to the gold pool, because it's an item that will be then bought with gold that already exists. Right? That's why the gold there is an issue, just to be clear. But yeah. Yeah. There you go. You mentioned lockouts. Guild Wars 2 has raid lockouts, but why? No reason to lockout when there's no vertical prog to rush. I actually think this is something that WoW does well, and I guess as a proxy of vertical prog. You are character locked, which it not only helps the raid scene be disgustingly active, it also means that if you're a raider, you can just fucking go, right? Like, holy shit. If you've got like 5 characters, 5 heroic clears, 1 main mythic raid, and then 4 alt clears on Mythic as well. Holy shit, you've got content. Like, you can just be blasting all fucking day, right? Whereas on Guild Wars 2, you can do that, obviously, but this is something that you have to acknowledge. And I think Angel's going to know exactly what I'm talking about here. Human psychology. You can do that, but it doesn't feel good to essentially be penalized for doing it. Like, because if you raid more than once a week in Guild Wars 2, you are basically not progressing. Right, you're saying, well, I'm going to play the game, but I'm not going to progress in any way. And that's why people don't do it, because it feels fucking bad, right? Like, that's why people have more than one account to do it, because they're not progressing in any way if you do it on the same account. And you might go, oh, yeah, but I'm a for-fun gamer. Yeah, gamers, bear in mind, people are not for-fun gamers. People love fucking loot. People love, like, grinding gold or getting legendaries and stuff. Like, people don't like doing stuff and getting nothing, right, out of it. It's not good. But, yeah. Yeah.
If you want easy exotics, go World v World, run around and get badges of honor, and then you'll have like full gear in no time.
It's so fucking good, actually. The gearing is insane in World vs. World now. It's actually ridiculous.
Yeah.
It is big. But like, it's casual as fuck. If Guild Wars 2 had WoW's raids and dungeons, it would be the best MMO out here. It definitely would, yeah. Like, I mean, Guild Wars 2 is the better game. Like, if it had basically the content, and in my opinion, if it had the community of WoW, it would be the best game ever made, honestly. It would be so fucking good, holy shit. It would be so unbelievably good. If it had, like, the competitive spirit of WoW combined with the content of WoW and the systems of Guild Wars 2, that's unironically the perfect video game. Like, I can't imagine anything better than that, to be honest. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah.
I would go one step further. Okay. Yeah. I think there's 2 things that WoW does way better than Guild Wars 2 ever can. Okay. Okay. The class systems. Okay. Like, as in the talent trees and everything. Those are just insane. They feel so good to play around with. And the fact that it actually feels like an RPG. Guild Wars 2, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like one to me. It's missing a lot of those like RPG elements.
I think you mean like the red swirly on the red floor?
No, I mean, it adds to the encounter, but stuff like having to go to a vendor. Like, well, I mean, you have to go to a vendor, but like, everything in Guild Wars 2 is like so like, it's like quality of life to no end. Okay, like having to actually go to the dungeon to do the dungeon. I feel like that's kind of nice, I like that.
I guess you kind of have to do that in vanilla, right? In vanilla Guild Wars 2.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. A lot of that's been stripped away, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely more of a gamified game. I was actually really surprised about this. I was actually expecting retail WoW to be extremely gamified, but they've honestly left so much in. It really surprised me how RP the game is. It's one of the things that really caught me off guard, actually. It's like, wow, there's a lot of RP here, isn't there? Holy shit. They really go out of their way to really give you the immersive experience, right? They try to immerse you in the game as much as possible, which I think
love it.
Guild Wars 2 is definitely not a particularly immersive game. I don't think anyone would really disagree with that.
Yeah.
It's not a very immersive MMO. I don't think it really tries to be, though, to be honest. It most tries to be like a fun game, I think, rather than like the immersive like RP here, to be fair. But yeah, it's certainly not a particularly immersive game. Open world retail feel dangerous, punishing? Nah, I would say that open world retail WoW it's basically like Guild Wars 2 open world, to be honest. A little easier, even, I'd say. There's nothing going on there.
The only difficulty is when you're leveling for the first time.
Yeah, if you have like putrid gear, I guess mobs can win against you, and you can't. It's difficult. It's difficult in a different way. Like in WoW, you can't like pull 50 mobs. Like in Guild Wars C, you can do that, right? And just like AOE them all down and just like obliterate them. If you're leveling and you pull like 50 mobs in WoW, I was doing that on tank. On DPS, probably not the brightest idea to do that, I guess, when you have like really bad gear. Yeah. But like if you go tank spec, you can basically like fucking take 10 mobs at the same time, right? Pretty easily. But yeah, I don't know. It's like it's harder in some ways, easier in others, right? Like you have to have breaks between stuff. You're a lot more cooldown reliant in that game, right? So if you don't have your CDs up, your damage sucks, right? Like it's
Yeah.
What's interesting is that you can actually heal yourself a lot in WoW. Actually, like every class has like pretty good ways to sustain itself. Even if you're playing a DPS.
I actually kind of prefer the way it is in WoW, like the way it's like built into your class systems, and you have to like actively choose to get into it and stuff, rather than just like having a heal skill.
And I actually I do like it as well, because the way that I view it is, in Guild Wars 2 you have a dodge key, right? In WoW you have like 5 dodge keys, and you have to decide when you want to use them. Because if you think about it, what is a personal? A personal is a dodge, basically, right? Like that's what that is. It's something that you use reactively to avoid some kind of incoming attack. Same with a kick or a stop or a CC or a heal even, right? Like these are all essentially the same function as a dodge roll. It's a reactive tool that you're using to process the encounter. As much as I hate to say this, dude, I feel like this is such an unpopular take in WoW. I actually do think that retail WoW, they were pretty clever, honestly, when they were putting this game together. It's relatively well designed. It's obviously not perfect, but some pretty smart development in there, I think.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would go so far as to say it's the objectively better game, but
yeah, objectively superior. Yeah.
Objectively.
Yes. Soloing rare elites. Oh, in WoW. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. Like
it's kind of like soloing champions.
Yeah, you just kind of get nothing, right? Like, is it interesting? I mean, maybe. I don't know, maybe, but it's like, well, whatever. It's usually a lot of the time stuff like that. It's kind of less about skill and more about build, right? Like you just need to have the right build, and the boss just falls over.
Going back to like the open world thing, I remember like Dragonflight release, which obviously you weren't around for, but like the pre-season, everyone was kind of like running around like killing rares every day, and there's a huge list of rares that you had to get like slight incremental upgrades that like you would replace day one. But I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of fun just going for those small upgrades.
Yeah.
And I think that doing stuff like that as like the week before before like 10.2 whatever would kind of be good. Like I feel like that makes a lot of sense. It was quite popular as well. I think everyone kind of had fun with it.
Yeah. It's big. Yeah, that's what I mean, though. I feel like something like that could be super cool. And, I don't know, this is where I'm like a big role player, I guess, in the community thing. I think it's so fucking cool. Like, I admit this, guys. Whenever I see someone from Echo, because we're on the same server as Echo, I'm like, oh shit, this guy's from Echo, right? Like, oh shit, I saw Frago the other day, right? I was like, dude, this is fucking hype, right? Look, he's right there on his 5th Evoker, right? Like, like grinding the legendary. Let's go, right? Like, I kind of really miss this thing in Guild Wars 2, because in Guild Wars 2, you would just like see people from these guilds in open world, right? Like doing world bosses and stuff. You'd see them in Dragon's End and and you'd see them in Dragon's Stand and on the chat Garant, right? There's loads of hype around this stuff. Some of my favorite things I've done in this game is when we did like the Dragon's Stand world record. We had like SC and QT and C and D in there. Same with Triple Trouble, all this kind of stuff, right? And it's like, man, I love that about Guild Wars 2, that it had the potential to do that. I think it'd be so cool if you actually had, you kind of had this. I also think it's really good for community building, because there is definitely a lot of animosity, very similar to Guild Wars 2, right? Between like, I hate these terms, but everyone knows what I mean. Like between like casual and hardcore and WoW, I think there's a lot of animosity between these two player groups in that game. And I feel like bringing everyone together actually eases that animosity a lot. Like if you're kind of fighting side by side from like a world's first guild, doing like an open world boss, I feel like that's really cool, right? I think that kind of eases that tension a lot, because like, oh yeah, everyone's kind of in it together, right? Like everyone's blasting, I think that's really fun. So I really wish that both games could recaptivate that. I think it's interesting. Funnily enough, I think it's been really lost in Guild Wars 2. I don't think that happens nearly as much as it used to. I really wish it happened more, like with some like really exciting open world meta events that was actually interesting to really, really high-end try-hard players as well. That's why I think stuff like Dragon's End and Triple Trouble is so cool, because it does it's this unique situation where loads of different player types can just, actually play together, right? And like everyone hangs out and is like blasting and stuff like that. It's really cool, actually. I like it. Yeah. It's good. It's very hype. Yeah.
It is hype. But people, like, I remember Dragon's End, right? Like, dude, even better than Dragon's End, Dragon's Stand. Like, man, you remember when that came out? Oh my goodness. Like, and the communities that formed around TD and Auric Basin. Okay, do you remember ecto farming?
In which game?
In Auric Basin.
Auric Basin, ecto farming? Wait, what is this? Tell me. Maybe I do. I don't.
It was the multi-loot. It was multi.
Oh, multi. Yeah, I know multi-loot. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
It was pretty degenerate, but low-key it was kind of fun.
It was fun because everyone was doing it, right? I think this is one of the things that I think a lot of MMOs actually fail to capture. This is the idea that everyone is pushing in the same direction. And I kind of lack that a little bit in modern MMOs in general, and it's something I think that Guild Wars 2 has done pretty damn well historically, way less so now, because I think the community in general is a little bit more subdued. But yeah, I love the idea of everyone doing everything, even if it is kind of like shit content in a way. In a way, it doesn't matter. As long as it's kind of everyone, it's like a really big social experience. It can be relatively degen or dog shit content, and it's still really fun. We saw that with like the Guild Wars 2 like Return 2 stuff, where you had to like replay all the maps. That content was dog shit. Everyone knows it, right? Even ANAC would say it was shit. It was literally like chop 10 trees. But you know what? It was actually huge fun because everyone was doing it together, right? Like it was this idea that, oh shit, the entire community is blasting, right? And this is why I'm very kind of bittersweet about Guild Wars 2 or melancholy about Guild Wars 2 and like very hype about WoW, is that right now in our guild, we're all in it together, right? Like the entire we are individual players, but we're part of a greater whole. It's such a fun thing to be a part of, I think. We're pushing to kill this boss, right? We're pushing to kill Sarkareth. And we're going to be doing, we're already planning how we're going to do our guild operations next week. We're going to be invoice all day with the boys, doing heroic split runs and ult clears. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's fucking go. I've missed that in Guild Wars 2 so much. Because it used, and look, this is not rose-tinted glasses, guys. Everyone who played Guild Wars 2 knows what I'm talking about. Like, dude, every Friday, I used to play World versus World for 12 hours with the boys, okay? Like, Arcane, my right-hand man of the World versus World guild, he'd sprint home from work, log on, and we'd do 12-hour reset, right? Like, I'd raid all day with the boys, like in Heart of Thorns, right? We do all this kind of crazy shit. That used to happen, and it doesn't anymore, right? And I miss it. I miss it so much in Guild Wars 2. Seriously, I wish I could have it. I genuinely do. I'm not saying Guild Wars 2 shit. I just wish I could have that again. With anything. It could be anything. It could be World vs. World. It could be fucking raids. I don't care what it is, really. But that is what is really missing for me in Guild Wars 2. You just don't have that kind of energy, that atmosphere anymore. You know, it is what it is.
And I miss it from the GVG days.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
But I think the hardest content should be possible at the same difficulty with a lot of comps. So there's actually something that's really difficult here. And I think that's desirable, what you're saying here, Skywalker. But let me tell you something. If something's actually hard, that's when a micro difference becomes relevant. Let me give you an example here of StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2, well, right now the balance is maybe a little bit questionable, but historically it's been at low level, balance doesn't matter. If you are below 7,000 MMR in StarCraft 2, you are not losing because of balance, you are losing because you are shit. Balance only really comes into play at the absolute highest end. Because even if, let's imagine that two things are, let's imagine that two things are 1% different. At almost all levels, that 1% is irrelevant. But if you're going for worlds first, that 1% might as well be 1,000%. Does that make any sense here? This is like the key the key nuance to understand here, is that balance doesn't matter in World of Warcraft for almost all cases, realistically. However, it does matter when you're pushing the absolute max, because that's when those small differences in balance become incredibly important. The same is true in Guild Wars 2, by the way, right? Like, if you're going to do HTCM, could you do it without Mesmer? Yes, but it's going to be way worse. Right, could you do it while playing only Condi builds? Absolutely, but it's going to be way worse. It's also worth noting that it is simply a tuning encounter. I have to bring this up. WoW raids are simply way tighter tuned than Guild Wars C raids, right? Like, just, yeah, they just are. They have DPS checks and healing checks on them, so if you aren't, if you don't perform well, you're just gonna lose, basically. That's just the nature of it. Like, even HTCM, the tuning on it is essentially very, very light compared to WoW encounters. And I'm not saying that's bad, by the way. I mean, I don't think it would be, I think it wouldn't be very good if you actually balanced HTCM around actual good gameplay, because let's be honest, then nobody could fucking do it, which would be a bit of a waste, but yeah, that's how it is. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, there you go. Also, Sero17, boom, tier 1 sub, more subs, go.
Subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe, do it.
Please tier 1 sub right now.
Yes, do it. Tier 1 sub.
I have no ulterior motives in this.
It's time. Tier 1 sub, go.
It's me, Commander. Just show us what to kill.
The more favorable the more it comments of a lack of skill. That's true in everything, by the way. For example, my Mythic Plus rating is 3,655. Do you need to play the meta comp to get to that rating? Absolutely not. There are people who are like 200 rating above, which, by the way, is a colossal difference, playing off-meta specs. It's just... Again, this is where the conversation really hits bedrock. It's like, could you use a fork to drink soup? Yes, but why would you? Like, if you want to really get it done, then you play the best strategy. And this is something that I think not a lot of people want to hear. Part of being a good player is playing the best strategy that you can. If you draw the line at, oh, I'm never going to play the meta because that's for losers, then you're just artificially limiting yourself. There's always going to be a best strategy and a best composition. It literally can't be the case, right? Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, you can't have two things be different and not one of them be better in certain situations. That's literally impossible, because otherwise those two things are the same, right? Like, one of them is going to be better, right? Unless they're the same, in which case they'll be the same, right? It's the same with high competitive sport, but I do not see it as an enjoyable experience, but that's me. Well, the thing is that you're massively overestimating where it's relevant. Like, for example, it becomes relevant when you want to do like a Mythic plus 30 key. which is 4 times more health and damage than best in slot loot. Yeah. So...
I mean, it's infinite scaling content, right? Like, there's going to be a point where your spec is less useful.
Yeah.
Like, that is just the nature of things.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily see that as a problem.
I mean, you could say it's a problem, but it's also just not soluble, and therefore it's not really worth losing any sleep over. To be honest, it's not going to screw you over in any way. And in terms of mythic raiding, you can beat every boss with every spec. You know, you absolutely can. Again, maybe not at world's first, but again, of course you are, right? Like, it's world's first. Like, there's obviously going to be a best Theorycraft comp. And you got to bear in mind, guys, here's some perspective on how tight this was. Do you recall the Sylvanas world's first race, Angels? When Liquid went to bed because they felt they couldn't squeeze out 0.5% boss HP. That's how tight it is in terms of the like the tuning on these encounters, guys. Like, it's very, very tight when it comes to world's first. Very, 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 very tight. So obviously at that level, you know, dude, I mean, hell, I think this was very famous, right? Do you recall Jaina when Method all relogged, they all re-rolled to Troll because of the Troll racial that reduced the slow duration on them, and that was actually what gave them the edge in getting through the intermission in Mythic Jaina? Yeah, they literally all fucking paid to win for this tiny, like, this is the little micro benefit that allowed them to get through the fight. And this is the nature of competition, right? This is true in everything, by the way, in any competitive environment. You take every 0.1, 0.5, 0.2% you can get your hands on. Because why wouldn't you? Like, you know, like, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? You gotta do what you gotta do to win. Yeah.
Do not fear your state. You are
I mean, also, like, the idea that people won't accept you if you're not this is just not really... I mean, maybe in Guild Wars 2 it's kind of true, but... Subtly in, you know, like, I don't know. Like, I only pugged in Season 1, okay? And I was playing an off-meta spec, which was VDH. I was never not invited into the group because, like, I had goods... I you know, I had AOTC, and, you know... I you know, and if I didn't have it at that point, I made my own group, and people joined. You know, I don't think there's really a situation where you don't invite people, because, like, raids can just be so big that it just doesn't matter. Diversity doesn't matter.
Yeah. And it is certainly true that if you're gonna pug M+, if you're not playing a meta spec, honestly, it's bad this tier. Like, it's pretty fucking rough right now.
It's bad this tier.
Yeah,
like, other tiers,
you're not getting
Season
it.
1, it was way better.
But honestly, when it comes to, like, pugging weekly 17s, you're not gonna have a problem. You're just not. Like, people don't really care, to be honest. When it comes to, like, just doing, like, weekly loot keys, like vault keys, people don't give a shit. Same for raid, people don't give a shit. If you want to pug, like, 25s, or if you want to pug, you know, like, high keys, then yeah, people are gonna expect you to, you know, you make a static if you want to play off meta, okay? Right, like, that's all I'm going to say. And it actually is a problem that makes it worse, because the issue is, of course, everyone who's serious about M+ has a static. Let's be honest here. Like, that's what's going on. The people you see pugging keys are people basically doing homework keys in their off hours, right? Like, between sessions with their static. Like, that is basically how it goes most of the time. So the selection bias is, like, very, very high when it comes to, like, pugging high keys. But, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's not really a big deal. It's not an issue. And the thing is, I'll also own this. There are downsides to competitive nature. That is 100% true. There are downsides to a community being competitive. It will almost inevitably... end up having toxicity as a result of that. Weirdly enough, I've actually found the WoW community to be very non-toxic, to be honest. Even when things go really badly wrong, it does. You know what actually sets people off? It's actually, like, trivial shit more than, like, actual bad stuff. It's really funny. Yeah. It's like, if someone pulls the boss early, someone's gonna get fucking mad and start, like, flaming, right? Like, but it's never like it's always like stupid shit like that that pisses people off. It's never anything else, to be honest. But yeah,
I maybe wouldn't say necessarily toxicity, but someone getting upset.
yeah,
You know, someone being hurt. You know, like our guild, for instance. I don't think we really have any toxicity. We're all chill. We all get along with each other and have a good time. But you know, let's be real here. There's going to reach a point where maybe we have to replace someone, and that sucks. But that's competitive. Like, if you want to be competitive, you have to kind of bench people, even if you like them.
you do, yeah.
That's just the nature of things. So yeah, I don't necessarily see it as a bad thing, though.
Yes,
Whoa, did he actually say that, Drana?
I did say that. Yeah.
Honestly, that's kind of Zayst.
Yeah.
It's kind of Zayst.
If people are late,
Would you-
then their pets are over. It's gonna be like a fucking bunny boiling situation.
I mean, yeah, like if Teapot was playing bad, like very badly, and he wasn't, we had someone who played like raid called better, then yeah, I'd bench Teapot. Like, you know,
That's the way it is.
I'd bench
Everyone
myself.
everyone signed up for it, right? That's the deal.
Like if I was playing really badly, I would expect someone to turn around to me and say, "Hey man, you are holding the group back." You know,
Yeah.
either improve or we will have someone else.
Did the beacon of toxicity back in the Chrono days? I'm not gonna lie, I actually wasn't toxic enough. Do you know what the problem was then? Is that I never kicked people. Because the thing is, people always, you know, view me as this like tough, edgy guy in Guild Wars 2. But no, I'm actually way too soft. That's actually my crime. I don't kick people, I don't remove people. I'll tell people they're bad.
just flame them.
I'll just fucking flame them, but I won't kick them. And that's that's what should be happening. For example, what did I do? I was pugging Heroic Sarkareth. And after Echo, I kicked every single player who was under tank DPS. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Removed. Gone. I mean, I think you know, Jester was there. He heard it, right? I was like, I'm gonna cleanse the group now. I'm gonna cleanse. And lo and behold, we cleansed.
Yeah, you have to. Sometimes you just got to cleanse the group.
Yeah. Yeah. When we got to Sarkareth, 3 people stood in front of the boss for the tank frontal. I kicked them. And you know what? I enjoyed doing it too. I'm gonna admit that. I enjoyed doing it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Who's the most toxic player you've played with in Guild Wars 2?
No one, because Guild Wars 2 is a single player game.
It's actually a really good question. Who's the most toxic player that I've played with?
It's got to be one of the WvW or PvPers, right?
Probably, yeah. Beedus wasn't exactly toxic, though. He was just unhinged, right? I wouldn't describe him as exactly toxic. Sneb. Yeah, actually Sneb. I actually have played with that person, so yeah, you're not wrong, Linker, actually, yeah.
Oh, yes. I mean, that is... That,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to top that, you know? You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see, you know, Tiny Violin, right? I want to see like a 1v1, you know? Like, who can be like... Who can race to the bottom, right? That would be good.
Yeah. I mean, there's some interesting pictures, you know. It's maybe I can find them for you at some point.
Let's go.
I'm curious.
But you enjoy being the center of attention and turn toxic when you can do things better. It won't pick a role where people can measure how you compare to others. Wait, I actually don't... Wait, what? Wait, what?
What?
What do you mean by that?
What the fuck is that comment? I mean, also, I just want to point out, everyone enjoys being the center of attention. Like, you know, it's a pretty normal thing to have. Nothing wrong with it.
I actually don't understand what this comment means.
Is he like referring to Guild Wars 2? Wow, like I'm confused.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Can we have some clarification, please?
Yeah. We need more information.
Which game are you referring to? Let's start with
Yeah.
that.
Most people on Maguma. Ah, Maguma. What do these words even mean? These are all valid questions.
Not again. Hold on tight.
Yes. Arguments, coherence, who needs them? Certainly not us. Certainly not us.
Yo, Soe146, can you elaborate, please?
Yeah.
I'm nearly ready with
More
the
information.
for you.
But yeah, we need that spirit back in the game. We need that back in Guild Wars 2, guys. That'll be hype. Probably won't come back though, to be honest. Dude, this was such a fucking funny comment. Hey, you see this comment? Yeah. The year of Guild Wars 2 is different for everybody. God. It's the year when you finally uninstall this shit game and don't play it anymore. Jesus Christ.
It's me, Ori.
Holy.
Yeah. That is a meme comment right there.
No, that's a Zaste comment. That's what it is.
Yeah. Omega lol. The YouTube, YouTube is really interesting right now because I really do think that the expansion Soto has actually been quite divisive. A lot of people have become very mad, and they all show up on my YouTube comments, which is unusual, by the way, because normally my YouTube comments are basically any criticism is viewed as utter toxicity and cannot be tolerated. But actually, Soto has actually pissed people off. I'm not sure why, actually, because my YouTube audience, they are omega casuals. They are the type of people who say, making a group is far too hard and I struggle with its difficulty on a daily basis. I will never make a group. Making a group is toxic. Even suggesting I should make a group is toxic. Like, that is the average YouTube commenter a lot of the time. And now they've turned on the game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the YouTube commenters are really like just toxic, aren't they? In general.
Those YouTube
people
people watching on stream now, those YouTube people, yeah, they are unhinged.
Yeah.
Totally unhinged.
I mean, you got to be to leave a YouTube comment, I feel.
Yeah, hang on, wait.
Like of all.
We haven't got clarification yet. I'm not letting him get away. We need more information, Sui146.
They might have just left the stream instantly after.
But you can't do that. You can't just go like you can't just leave it like a mysterious comment and then just not actually clarify. You made a comment. I didn't understand. And now you have to clarify your comment.
Oh, I think I'm looking at his previous messages. I think he's referring to WoW. Go tank, screw up mechanics, can't get benched.
Wait, what? You absolutely can screw up mechanics, though. Wait, what? That's unhinged.
Oh, wait, no, he's responded. No, he's saying that if you screw up mechanics, you can't get benched if you're a tank.
Well, I mean, that's semi-true for everyone right now. I mean, but that's nothing to do with playing tank. It's because we just don't have people to replace anyone, really. Like, I mean, look, for example, our rogue left. Like, our rogue, when I say left, I mean his PC got broken.
He just left. He left,
yeah.
man. He's
like,
gone.
yeah, we're having a really tough time right now. Like, even if MSC was dog shit, it would actually be kind of difficult for us to bench him because he's our only rogue player, which would obviously be would be problematic. And yeah, sure, right now, basically me and Angels, like some of the mice can tank, right? But not many of us can tank in the guild. So like, yeah, like right now we're not replaceable, but like obviously part of our goal is to make that not the case, right? Like one of the biggest problems we had this season was roster CM, right? So our goal is obviously to make everyone replaceable. There's going to be a time where Angels is sick and he can't raid. We need another tank, right? Well, I mean, he's actually playing DPS next year, but you know, whatever. Like there'll be a time when I'm sick and I can't raid. They're going to need to replace me, right? It's going to happen. It's just the way it is, right? Like shit happens. You know, someone's going to have a work, like an emergency at work or an emergency in real life. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's... That's just the way it goes. You can't really prevent that. You do need to have some kind of replacement. And ultimately, that does give you the ability to bench people.
I also find this comment really weird because I feel like we've been pretty open about the fact that we are shit and we are looking to improve.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, I fucked up a lot yesterday, and I was like actually really fucking mad at myself for like playing badly, and I really sat down and had to think about like how I was going to do it better until we got it right. But like that's I think everyone in the guild. So like why is it like a concern?
Yeah, I think everyone has a pretty good mindset. I don't think anyone has like a problematic mindset.
Yeah.
You know, there's obviously been like a couple of people who, you know, have been cleansed, right? But I mean, no, that's the nature of it.
Bro, please summon your merchant and just auto sell. My God, man.
Yeah, and this is rough. The thing is, I mean, I'm not even sure if auto selling would even help. Like, there's just so much. I need to just buy more bags on this guy. Do I have any gems? I don't have any gems. That feels bad. Do you want to? Okay, add me for Old Lions Court CM. Let's go. You can add me. Good job, team.
Yeah, just vendor everything.
Yes. That's why you need 3 raid teams with 1 going Hall of Fame and 2 going Cutting Edge. I mean, we want about 26 people. And this is why having ults is super important, because you can keep everyone up to speed. Like, the problem we actually have right now is we only have 1 raid, and we do 1 raid a week. So what this means is that if we bring in a sub, that sub will basically not have that much mythic experience, right? Which is actually kind of an issue. So like the dream would essentially be you basically have like multiple raids a week with like the main roster obviously, and then like a secondary also that's got a roster that's got a bunch of ults in it, and like your potential subs that you're gonna have in like the bench, so you can kind of have people ready to go. It's actually one of the problems with Guild Wars 2, by the way. Guild Wars 2 has a massive fucking problem with this. Let's imagine you're an HTCM static. If you don't have, if your heal mech quits, you are fucked. Okay, because it's super hard to replace people at the skill level required for some of the harder content in Guild Wars 2. You can definitely get subs, right? You can get backups, but finding a new permanent player to replace them is fucking brutal, right? Like, it is absolutely awful to have to do that, essentially. And this is obviously true in other games. It's arguably worse, right, in WoW, because you have 20-man roster instead of only 10 in Guild Wars.
Yeah.
But this is just like classic MMO stuff. Like, you have to kind of build up a bench. And yeah, I actually think one of the most important things to cultivating a healthy attitude, it sounds a bit weird, and this type of pressure definitely won't be for everyone, but I think everyone needs to know that everyone's replaceable. I think that's one of the most important things you can convey to your static. And yes, that includes the leader, that includes the guild leader, it includes the raid leader, it includes the tanks, the healers, the DPS, the supports in Guild Wars 2, like everything. Everyone has to be replaceable, because otherwise, if people ever feel like they're untouchable, they have no motivation to improve. And I know that sounds like a little bit of a carrot and stick, but that's just human psychology, right, at the end of the day. And you have to understand that and play around it. Everyone has to be replaceable, and everyone has to know that everyone's replaceable. 100%. It is essential if you're going to be running any kind of operation. It's, in Guild Wars 2, by the way, huge issue. I've worked with a lot of statics. A lot of people have asked me for assistance. And there was this one static, and they basically told me, oh yeah, this guy basically isn't good, isn't receptive to criticism whatsoever, but he knows we can't replace him. So he has no motivation to change. And it's like, holy shit, like, you need to cleanse this person immediately. And they're like, yeah, but then, then we're set back, right? Then basically, we're in this position where we just can't play. We aren't able to progress. If this guy is gone, can't replace him. And this is why you need to make sure that everyone knows that they're all replaceable. Yo, Luren, welcome to the stream. Also, Dorka with the Prime, big.
It's why I think also another elements of the, you know, roster is you gotta stamp out like ego and toxicity, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
like, a bit of ego is important, but like, you know, for Unhinged, I absolutely refuse to have anyone who's going to sit there and think, oh yeah, I'm the best player ever, I have nothing to improve on. Like, even if we were the rank 1 guild, like, I would absolutely despise that. And I feel like maybe modeling it a bit after Liquid, who kind of have that same mentality, it really, it's good. Like, it works. And you can still have fun and you can still be friends. But you need to make sure everyone's on the same page. For sure.
Yes. Indeed. you want a giggle? Okay. Let's have a giggle.
I'm giggling right now.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
You go.
Speed.
That wasn't okay. That was okay. That was all right. That's not the
bog.
cleanest, but we move.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not mad.
Pumpkin.
Mom, I'm drifting right now.
Oh, nice. The mom comes in. Very nice. That's big, actually. Straight into the pumpkin as well. Mental damage. Mental destruction there. If you're not
That is quite funny.
That is pretty good content, yeah. If you're not a streamer, would you be interested in a managerial position, say, of a developer? I like to make things, so I'm not sure I could hack it in management, to be honest. I actually really like... I could get other people to do tournaments for me, but I wouldn't really want to. I like to be hands-on actually making things. Like, telling people what to do, it actually is kind of annoying for me. I actually find it quite difficult as well. I have a psychological block on this because I don't like being told what to do, and therefore I don't like telling other people what to do as a result of that. Because, you know, in a lot of ways, I feel like I don't have the right to do that. I don't feel like I have the right to tell people what to do because I don't feel that anyone has the right to tell me what to do, pretty much. But, yeah. That's the way it is. Very good. I mean, look. Listen, Renorb. I have QA'd the fuck out of tooltips.js. Alright? I am the QA master. Look at all these bizarre, obscure bugs that I found on GitHub. Very good.
I mean, it wouldn't be the Guild Wars 2 API without some bizarre bugs in there, you know?
Oh, there is some really weird stuff as well. There's some unbelievably unusual stuff going on.
Have they added relics to them yet?
Kind of, yeah.
Hmm.
But they're items, right? So you can't really see the skills super well. All right. Guys, join this Old Lions Court CM, by the way. Get in here. Get in here. Let's go.
Also, talking about joining, join Unhinged.
That's true.
Boom.
Come and raid Heroic next tier and give us your items.
Oh, yes. Give us all your loot.
We will teach you all of the strats and get you ahead of the curve, and all you have to do is feed us the trinkets, pretty much.
Yeah.
There you go. It's a good deal, guys. It's a good deal. We're like Echo, except
Honestly,
way worse.
Also, it's a pretty fun deal as well.
It is.
Everyone has fun doing it.
Yeah, we...
See, Luren is instantly on my way.
Yeah, we're
okay?
four fun gamers. I mean, that might be for the Old Lions Court CM, to be fair, but yeah.
No, it's definitely for World of Warcraft Heroic Gaming next tier. There's no way it's not, right?
Yeah. Roy said he couldn't say which class was getting the spiciest change tomorrow because that would be a big spoiler. Any predictions?
Thief.
Yeah, I could see them doing some big stuff on Thief. And maybe Warrior.
Warrior? I feel like Warrior's had some changes recently, right?
Yeah.
Like Berserker had some changes, you know.
I could see them like trying to set the scene for Heal Warrior a little bit. Because Heal Warrior Heal Warrior is in 3 months.
Oh, yes.
Basically.
It's also got the weapons, isn't it? Yeah, I could see that.
So I could see them trying to get it going. Because the beta's coming up, right? The test is the same time next November. So I could see them trying to drop Heal Warrior at the same time to like make it exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Heal Warrior and Heal Spectre, I think, is what they'll look at. I could also see some spice change to Mesmer, like Heal Mesmer as well. But yeah.
Maybe we'll get like an 8th Scrapper rework. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it?
Ellie mains are always abused. Dude, you know, look, let me find a picture of Ellie mains, guys. Let me actually find it, guys. Here we go.
Eddie, you'll see Roy and CMC, and both of them are quite lovable people, especially Roy. I'm in love with Roy. And
everyone is.
Yeah, but I really love him. He's mine.
This is Ellie mains, guys. This is just this is what Ellie mains are.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And the boot in this context is Ellie main's lack of skill. Pretty much.
Yep.
It's they're being oppressed by their own badness, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, could Ellie get some reworks? To be honest, I'm not. I think ANET might do this at some point. I am of the opinion that Catalyst should actually be fully reworked. I view that spec as so bad in terms of its design, like so atrocious. I'd do it from the ground up. Weaver and Tempest are absolutely fine. Maybe look at some of the boon radii on Arcane trait line and on Tempest, right? And that's fine. Just change it a little bit. It's fine. Maybe make some of the utility skills better, right? Like better utility skills for Ellie across the board. But I'd rework Catalyst completely. I think it sucks. It is fucking bad. Untamed and Catalyst are a mess. I think Untamed is actually less of a mess now. The Quickness build has potential. The Quickness heal build and also the Quickness DPS build. There's some potential there. Just needs to be fleshed out a bit more.
Also, Untamed works pretty well in PvP.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely a very good spec for PvP. It's kind of what base
Catalyst,
Ranger should have been.
Is an abomination.
Oh yeah, Catalyst is an absolute abomination. It's just it's just completely putrid. Something in particular just like about Catalyst, it's basically core Ellie with an F5, and its class identity is basically just like spamming AoE boons, and also in PvP, oh god, just just the amount of spam it has on auras. Look, whenever a build has to be nerfed to have a 1 second duration, that's something that's gone horribly wrong, to be honest. And the stability duration is now 1 second, and the aura duration is like 2 seconds, I think, on basically all of like the impactful auras on the passive and PvP. It's just not right. It's just gone horribly wrong. It's just very uninteractive. And the main issue with Catalyst is uninteractivity, to be honest. It's less so now, to be fair. I don't think it's even good right now, is it, actually? I think it kind of got actually killed with a lot of the nerfs that came into it. I think they actually killed it, especially with Berserker being so good. Although that is another fucking story. You like that Relic of Akeem, Angels? Berserker Skull Grinder? You like that shit, bro? It's good.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's very good. Also, I like Defender Rune. I think Defender Rune is also, as Relic is very cool.
Ah, that's the 5% HP on block, right?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yes, it is.
Pretty good. Scrapper mechanic is pretty dog water. I don't think Scrapper is actually dog water, to be honest. I think the barrier lifesteal is pretty cool, and I think function jar is actually a pretty cool thing. I kind of like it, to be honest. I don't hate it. I'm not a Scrapper hater. I think Hammer is a really fun weapon to play as well, I think. Hammer's really good.
I mean, Hammer is Scrapper's identity, right? Let's be real here. I think the problem with Scrapper is that they've changed it so much for the sake of PvE that it's actually lost a lot of what made it interesting in the first place.
Yeah.
In my eyes, at least. I mean, obviously, I'm just a PvP player and WvW player, but like, you know, we had interesting stuff like adaptive armor back in the day. We had like, you know, the quickness when you. I mean, it was just when you gave super speed, wasn't it? It was like a decent trait. Like, you know, stuff like that was pretty interesting. But like all of that kind of gone has just made Scrapper feel like really bad to play in my eyes.
Yeah.
And now it's just like spam gyros for the sake of PvE. And I don't think that's good gameplay.
I think there's a lot of cleanup that the team have to do. I mean, the problem was, right, is that the game was essentially getting made systematically worse for years, and now they have to clean it up. So it's going to be a while. I mean, look, you know, it's really interesting, actually. Like, I again, you know, I hate to bring up the forbidden game, but just look at the amount of changes they make in WoW. Holy shit. Like,
massive.
Like, a small hotfix in WoW is like a full balance patch in Guild Wars. Like, that's barely an exaggeration, by the way, guys. Like, a relatively small patch in WoW can be fucking huge. They'll just, like, take a sledgehammer to something, like, really quickly. I think it's definitely one of the things that it's just gonna take Guild Wars 2 ages to do, right? It's gonna be ages.
Also, I think another factor, and I think it's always difficult to determine this stuff, right? Because there is an element of resources in all of this. Is they're really receptive to feedback. You know, like I know with the like the Havoc rework, like people are like, oh yeah, I really don't like this talent being here, and so they just reshifted everything, you know, and made it better. And that has happened a number of times across different specs. But like you don't really see that much in Guild Wars 2. Like they put up their post and yeah, sure, they say, oh yeah, feedback is welcome, but like it's kind of just locked in at that point.
Yeah.
And then you don't really see any more changes because they just don't have the time for it. Also, why not did someone die there?
We have a heal Blade Sworn.
Oh wow, is that a thing?
No. This is I actually think this build is absolute dog shit on this particular encounter because you actually need quite a lot of healing here. That's okay. World Boss was 90% running, 10% fights. Well, that's kind of the nature of world PvP. Like, if you don't kind of like the kind of searching around the map and moving around the map, I just recommend playing in you know, the structured PvP, right?
Is the real take. World v World is objectively the best game mode in Guild Wars 2.
And that actually is true. That is a Zayst take right there.
Yep.
Yeah. How do you feel about the emote Zayst? Like, what does that represent to you?
It represents everything I say, to be honest.
Zayst.
Zayst.
Yeah. Who is fucking tanking? Wait, do we have 3 healers? What have I joined here?
World v World most golden hour, bro. Okay, World v World is most fun an hour.
Yeah, the gold bro is not even bad actually. It's pretty decent. It's pretty rewarding if you know how. It won't necessarily give you a lot of gold, but it gives you a lot of stuff. Right? There's a lot of good stuff you can get out of it, which is pretty good.
They made it so good with the reward tracks, man.
Yeah, the reward tracks are actually really strong, and you can just gear so easily as well, which is kind of nice. I am an elite world versus world player. I am culturally, physically, and mentally superior to everyone around me. When I walk outside to do my groceries, I always carry a look of disdain on my face, which makes me seem unapproachable to the common folk. They are in fact correct, as I am very much opposed to even gracing with a single glance from my beautiful eyes. No, I like to be around sophisticated people like myself. People who have read at least read a book for once in their lives. Wow. There you go.
Well,
there you have it. Plenga.
Plengussy.
Ah. Dude, can we... This is actually this is totally unrelated, but I need to ask Plenix what he had before the stream yesterday, before raid yesterday. Dude,
what the fuck?
I was feeling like absolute shit yesterday, so I didn't end up streaming that much. I also played like shit. But hey, these things happen, right? But dude, Plenix was just juiced. I don't even know how else to describe it. He was just juiced. He just started like randomly just going crazy throughout the raid. He was just going berserk. It was insane. Like, we need that level of energy in the raid next time. Honestly, it's the only reason we got 7%, right? Like, it's the only reason it happened.
Genuinely.
Yeah. He was just going crazy.
I've never seen that side of Plenix before. I have never seen that.
He said it was a bunch of caffeine, but I feel like, dude, I mean, how much caffeine was it? Like, it must have been a lot. But
I mean, he also said that, like, he turned around and said, yeah, man, like, life is shit, but you know what? I'm just gonna have fun.
Yeah.
Like, so he was fucking Zayst, holy shit. He just went crazy.
Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah.
No, boys, if you didn't watch the stream yesterday, definitely go back and watch it for the Plenix energy.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was juiced.
Mm-hmm.
It was big. But it's fine. Honestly, it's pretty hype. Saturday it goes down, right? We're gonna get it. We got it. Very fun boss fight actually. Starcraft, very good boss. Very good boss actually, I think overall.
Okay. I'm gonna be real, man. I'm kind of glad that we didn't kill it yesterday.
Why?
Because MSC would have missed out then.
I mean, he's going to miss out anyway, no?
No, he's here on Saturday.
Oh, is he? Oh shit! Oh shit!
I didn't want you taking anything he said seriously.
Yeah, dude. I thought he said he was like on Wednesday. Like, holy shit.
He said, "I'll get the stuff on Friday. Hopefully, shit will be working. Had to get new CPU because my shit was old."
Okay, all right. Well, that's fair enough then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to actually get myself a new setup at some point. Mine is a little bit putrid.
Mm-hmm.
New PC. It's gonna run WoW at 60 FPS. You know? Yeah. Let's go.
Wait, you're not running WoW at 60 FPS?
It does most of the time. Not on like fucking Brackenhide big pulls though. You know?
Oh right, yeah, of course.
Oh, like Neltharian's Lair big pull. Holy shit! It's like 2 FPS. I don't know what it is about the like when you do like
Really?
when you do like the tree pull in Brackenhide, my game just lags so fucking on. It's not auras either or anything. I've actually tested it like without auras. It just fucking lags. I don't know what's going on.
How much RAM do you have?
In this machine, I think 32.
Oh, that's so weird. I've never had that, and I'm pretty sure I have a worse machine than you.
Yeah, it's weird. I think I think the problem is part of it is that my machine is kind of dying, right? I don't think it's I think it's really performing as it's supposed to. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit off. Let's put it like that. Are we gonna CC here? Yeah, looks like we are. I'm gonna trust the team. Let's see if I'm gonna be punished or rewarded for that. I got rewarded. Oh shit! Everyone's feeding though. It's a feeding fucking frenzy. But yeah. Sarkareth falls on Saturday, guys. It's going to be a big stream. It's a hype stream. And you know what, guys? We're going to kill it. Then I'm streaming the monthly AT. And it feels good. Back to Guild Wars 2, an actual good game. The only good game ever made. Are we going to get this CC?
I think we're all going to be streaming. So we're going to have lots of POVs.
Yeah,
which will be
multi-POV. We're going to be fully juiced. It's going to be good content, guys.
Planix is. I'm going to get Planix the cocaine that he.
Yeah. Well, I want some of it. That's what I want. I want him to juice us.
Okay.
Right. That's what we need.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I did a lot of footage review on what I was doing. I just need to. I need to manage my cooldowns right. Like I'm not gonna lie, I got a little bit thrown off by the tank change. So like I was taking damage at totally different times. This time around, which is very awkward. Also, I just want to point out, Angels is lazy. I'm taking all the tank damage now, okay? It's all on me. I'm getting absolutely fucking gaped the entire fight. Boom. There you go. Angels exposed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, true.
The worst...
True.
This is actually an interaction I wasn't aware of, but it actually does make sense, right? Like, this is actual cancer. So, I get bopped, right? That actually pauses stagger at the same time. So, when the bot runs out, I just take 1,000,000 damage after that. It's very inconvenient, like directly after.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Well, because the stagger doesn't go down while bop is up. So when the bop is over, then the stagger starts kicking in after. Yeah, I actually didn't realize that. Yes.
That's crazy, man.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Well, this guy's reload to the catalyst. Let's go. Another CD from gear from like trinket slot. I will never give up double DPS trinket. If you don't blur, if I'm not getting 99 pars, we're not killing the boss.
I mean, at that point, it's just a skill issue, right? Like you just get better.
Oh no, it's easy to survive. I just need to. I need to have a particular ability ready. I was still kind of experimenting with how to
which ability
live P2. Yeah, which one? Yeah, it needs to be. I just need to have something. I had on a few of those pulls. I just had literally nothing. And I was also on like 2k health when the boss is there. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, what really helped was that the healers actually just healed me at the end of P2. Like, I was dying a bunch at the end, and when I said, listen, guys, fucking heal me, holy shit, right, then it was fine after that. Because you take it, there's a lot of tank damage there, because the ads do like the empty strike, which is a damage mod, and you have healing debuff at the same time. So it's pretty rough. The start of phase 3 is legitimately fucked up as well. Because I take 2, so I have 50% healing debuff, and I'm also taking twice the dot at the same time. And I'm also getting auto-attacked by Sakura at the same time. It's unhinged. It's unhinged amount of damage. Yeah. Carry my lazy ass healers? Listen, you know, I'm playing Monk. The healers have to heal me. Do I look like I'm some kind of bear? I can heal my own health 3 times in 1 second? No. And what can I say? And I think, Angels, you'll agree with this here. Melee, Zaste. Tanks, Zaste. Healers, cringe. Range, cringe.
Yeah, I don't know who's more cringe though, range DPS or healers.
Yeah. Yes. Very good. Yeah. We have a very wholesome environment in our guild, guys. It's important to maintain that. It absolutely is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. See, look, yeah, Eddie agrees with me. He actually agrees. Look, dude, that guy's cutting edge and he agrees with us, so I'm kind of, you know, he knows what he's talking about. Yeah.
You know, all I'm saying is, like, arguably the best player in our guild, okay? Melee player. True.
Actually true.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Nah, honestly, all the tank deaths were skill issues. Yesterday was not my day either, to be honest. It was entirely skill issue.
We both played badly and we had to adapt and learn, and that was it.
Yes, but I did a lot of VOD review afterwards. I am a VOD review.
Yeah. I mean, at the end, right, it was a lot cleaner.
Yeah, it was fun.
That shows.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm pretty hyped. It actually sucks that it's only Thursday. What the fuck?
I know. I know.
Dude, let's raid early on Saturday. Let's fucking go.
You want to raid early?
I mean, I just want to go.
Dude,
I'd raid tomorrow if we can.
Oh, dude, I wish we could.
Yeah, I wish we could. I just want to fucking go. Cutting edge. It's a very fun fight, actually. I'm very excited for the next tier because we get to play it unnerfed. Because we are essentially playing infantile mode right now. We are infantile mode.
We are. Didn't they nerf Oblivion by like 50%?
Yeah, they fucking nuked it. Holy shit. Absolutely nuked it.
Yeah.
Yes. I never grieve, Snizzle. Simple as that. I'm going to stop running Cheat Death, Trinket, and M+. I'm going back to Beacon.
Yeah, that Dranet is correct. We will be doing that. I think, I feel like we want to, may actually want to do like the alt raid on Tuesday or something, by the way. Might be an idea.
What, try get, wait, like the reclear or something, or what?
I don't know. I don't know why I thought Tuesday might be a good idea. More people around, maybe.
Get in there. Can take Guru Pepper to 5 out of 9 this week too. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bunch of tanks geared up. I'm gearing my warrior. My DK is nearly ready. So I can do 2. I can tank 2. I can tank 3, right? Because I have my druid. I should have my warrior and DK at 450 pretty soon. I'd be playing WoW right now, but to be honest, I'm actually a little bit drained currently.
Drained.
I'm drained. Do you think games?
Weren't you up till like?
Oh yeah.
Were you up super late this morning?
Yeah, bro. I was doing heroic pug, man. Yeah, dude. I made my own group with my 67 IO, 414 eye level warrior, and it actually filled.
Yeah. Yeah, it will.
Yeah. I honestly fucking love to see it.
Wait, what? Vivi? 3 heroic.
He actually did. He actually did do that, by the way. He did that shit. He's a dick. He actually has a problem. I'm not. It's. We shouldn't be even laughing about that. He actually has a problem.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. He's addicted.
It's alt week.
Let's go. We CC. Oh. I'm always just drained on Wednesday. That's the thing. Like, Wednesday, I'm fucking drained. Because it's my usual day off. Oh, dude, wait, what is going on? Everyone's just feeding. It's a feeding frenzy over here. We need to move.
3 hard alt full clears and 3 Mad King says. I don't know which one's worse.
I mean, what we can do is we can just, oh, fuck. This is bad. I mean, we can do a bunch of mythic 5 out of 9s, I think, pretty easily. If we could do that with the guild, it would be so good, though. Because honestly, pugging, it's kind of annoying. It's very hit or miss. It'd be way better if we could do it with guild, actually.
Here's my thought. Okay. If as long as everyone who's been on like our main roster has CE, I think we just say fuck full reclear.
And just like spam 5 out of 9 instead.
Yeah, spam, because like everyone should have like two ults geared, right? Well, one main and one ult at that point, right?
Yes.
And then we can just fucking farm with that.
Yeah. We could probably do like 1 main reclear a week. Maybe skip Skarn and Magmarax and just do 1 through 5 and then Echo and Sark. Ooh.
The problem is Echo is just not worth doing because all the good trinkets on it are getting nerfed.
That is true, actually.
Well, the one good trinket anyway.
Yep.
And Sark, does it actually give anything?
Beacon. It's also getting nerfed.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I think you wouldn't do it for gear. You do it for practice, like executing strat. I think because realistically,
so, yeah.
all the gear is just irrelevant pretty soon. Let's get in there. I think games from different type can learn from each other. For instance, gw2 can learn from SC2. I mean, it depends what you mean by that. Like, yes, all games can learn from other games, I think. But I mean, it's kind of, I think it's so nebulous that it almost doesn't really mean anything. It's not like, yeah, it in some ways, yeah. Ooh. It's time to take down this watch knight, guys. This watch knight must be eliminated. Well, you can learn from systems, but it will only be in like the broadest sense, like how to make sure that players are engaged with your game, or like how to make sure that players feel like it's worth doing an activity, right? It's going to be pretty generic systems. It's actually the kind of stuff that I absolutely hate. Like, I hate the fact that whenever you play a video game these days, you're always getting XP or some fucking bullshit. It's like, oh yeah, it's in StarCraft too. Like, whenever you play, you get XP for each enemy you kill. Like, what the fuck? This is stupid. I don't like it. It makes me very uncomfortable. I don't like that modern games are basically attacking human psychology. It disturbs me a lot. To me, it's impurity. Games have lost their purity these days. Like, people literally play them to basically hijack and trick their brain into being happy. Unironically, that's not even an exaggeration. That is how a lot of people play modern. Like, it's the whole like Zoomer meme, right? Like, people get like massively stimulated by all these YouTube videos that are like aimed to like make their little Zoomer brains like light up, like all the neurons go off. That is actually how people consume media, and I find it. I don't know. Am I the only one who finds that insanely dystopian? I don't know. I do. I find it incredibly dystopian.
I feel like you're talking to a chat who enjoy that, you know.
Yeah, you think say my chat are Zoomers?
I mean, they're probably playing a video game at the same time whilst watching a stream. You know, I feel like that's, you know, along the lines of sensory overload.
Yeah. They're trying to stimulate the juice.
Exactly, exactly. I think what Dranit just said is pretty Zeus,
But you know what? He's playing Wrath.
No, he's not, is he? No. I'm checking. No, he's in Valdrakken. He's saved.
Why do retail players fear Wrath? Fear Classic? Fear Vanilla?
I don't fear Wrath Classic or Vanilla. I just recognize that they're objectively worse.
Dranit loves Vanilla. Angels should do 0 to 60 HC. He should, yeah.
I mean, I'd probably die, but like, I just don't find it that exciting of a challenge, to be honest.
Wrath of the Lich King community is toxic as fuck. In my last 3 dungeon runs, people were kicked out after the first trash mobs because of too low DPS. They called the kick reason bad or trash player. And people just click yes for no reason at all. My 1 no vote is not enough because everybody else clicks yes. I don't get it. Why do these guys have to smack their tiny little cocks around when someone is not doing 100% of their DPS? My Wrath of the Lich King experience in dungeons is way worse than M+ in retail. Why are people like that? It gives such a bad look on the community, and people will stop playing when they experience fucked up shit like this. It should be in everybody's interests that more people play WoW instead of less. Nice. Blizzard should start banning people for behaving like this. If they do it again, just ban them forever. Wow. Strong stuff. I fear Wrath in the same way that I fear standing on a pile of dog shit. Oh my god. That's fucking brutal, man. You know what's actually interesting? Because I've been thinking about this a lot. Because, I think people are... I'm not sure if it's conscious or subconscious. But people have an awareness that people have an awareness of how game development works. And what I mean by that is people know that game dev is a zero-sum game. And that ultimately, there's a constant battle on the future of your MMO, depending on what people like. And I think a really big reason why Guild Wars 2 players despise World of Warcraft and shit on it so hard is because they fear that if they don't do that, Guild Wars 2 will become World of Warcraft. And I think the opposite is true as well. I think WoW players fear that if they allow essentially like non-competitive casual mindsets to proliferate too much, it will ultimately end up in the destruction of their game and their game becoming Guild Wars 2. Which I find to be very interesting. I think that is what's going on, to an extent anyway. Holy shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really understand why they have such an objection to it, though. Maybe that's just me as an individual, though.
Oh, shit. This is a pretty fucked up situation. Oh my god. Can we actually win? And the DPS need to pump.
But all I'm saying is, you mentioned Guild Wars 2 in a WoW stream, and you're going to get a chat full of Omega Laws, so...
Holy shit, we actually might win. Nice. But why Omega Law? That's the question. Why would you put Omega Law? If the game is no threat to you, why put Omega Law? I think it's because people know that they know that if in a way, if you don't resist, you will be conquered, right? Like,
I mean, it's kind of right? Like, WoW players do not want the casual dogshit Guild Wars 2 experience, right?
Yeah. In some sense, yeah.
It's also pretty funny.
I'm surprised how much viewers WoW gets from being a boomer game. Well, that's the thing is, though, it's not really a boomer game, though. If anything, Guild Wars 2 is the boomer game. Guild Wars 2 is the retirement home. Unironically. People who play Guild Wars 2 are people who are, like, burned out on other games. The people who play WoW are kind of like the Zoomers who are, like, fucking juiced up and wanted pars, right? Like, same in Wrath. Wrath is very competitive. And even vanilla, right? People are obsessed with, like, parsing and pumping. In that game. Like, they fucking constantly do it, right? That's kind of the entire thing that they do over there.
Which is really interesting, seeing as it's basically a solved game, much how Guild Wars 2 is a solved game.
Guild Wars 2 is the boomer, in this case. Yeah, retail is Zoom Adderall gamers, exactly. We actually might still die. Should be good though, actually. I still like X's comment about how melee players melee their significant others, like after they're done with raid.
Dude, X has come up with some fucking bangers recently.
Yeah, that is true actually. Yeah. WoW players, I must pause. I need to pause. It's true, actually. Are you gonna make a video about making Guild Wars to a secondary game for you? Yeah, I will eventually. I just won't actually do it properly. People aren't gonna like it.
Bro, you need to include like a recruitment ad for Unhinged at the end of it.
That would be extremely funny. Yes.
Dagda CM, I'm excited.
Dagda CM. Let's go. Nice. Man, that was scuffed. We did it. We did it, team. Oh, Jester got Beacon from Time Walking, I think. Nice.
Oh, nice.
One through the
On
Lunaria title. I mean, ANET partner is trivial to maintain. If you do like one tweet a month, you can keep it. I'm not joking, by the way. That's basically what you got to do.
I know.
Yeah. And nobody else streams this game. Like, so I can basically come back whenever there's content and I'll still have the most viewers. Like, there's pretty much no way around that. So, yeah. Not a problem. But yeah. I need to drop ANET partner. There's something about ANET partner that says you have to play the game all the time. There's something about ANET partner that even says you have to like the game. It's actually one of the things I like about it. I wouldn't even be in a deal with ArenaNet if you had to be positive about the game. This is why I don't do sponsors. Most sponsors will have a non-disparagement clause. That means you are not allowed to say that anything negative about the product. It's oh god, it's one of the things I hate. I hate the sponsor meta on YouTube and Twitch so fucking much. I hate it more than anything else because I've read those contracts and It's just it's wrong. I don't like it. It just makes me so uncomfortable because I know what people have signed when they're doing that stuff. I don't like it. Valen has more views than you at the moment. Yeah, that's because yeah. Valen
not much longer.
Valen embeds a stream on a website. Those are essentially inflated viewers. Yeah.
Go look at the viewer list if you're interested.
Yeah. Yep. ANET is very confident in gw2. Didn't they tell Josh just talk about the game? Yeah, they're very good at it, yeah. They're very good about it. Yeah. We did it. Let's go. I'm out of here. We continue. What are we doing next?
Who knows?
That's a good question. It's a very, very good question. Gaming. Gaming indeed. But yeah. The embedding stuff actually might come to an end soon. Twitch are looking to actually crack down on it. They were talking about it at TwitchCon a little bit. The CEO of Twitch was asking about some of like the largest offenders of embedding so that they can actually just manually disable it for people on stream. So it definitely is an issue that Twitch is aware of. It will probably take him a while to get rid of it, but it will probably be gone eventually. Yeah, Fextra Live is like the really big one. So embedding is a pretty, well, I'll just say it now. That's not best about it. It's the kind of nasty practice of embedding a Twitch player muted in a website somewhere, so whenever you're on a website, it's automatically viewing that stream. This, of course, uses resources and even internet bandwidth on someone's computer, often without the user actually being aware of this. Like, the biggest culprit of this is, of course, Fextra Life as well. If Wooden Potato streamed, you'd be bottom of the barrel. No, actually, I get more viewers than Wooden Potatoes. He actually does stream on YouTube. Often when he's streamed on Twitch, I've also had more viewers. I don't really view it as a competition, by the way. But hey, if you want to go there, you can go there. Yeah. Oh,
I miss the WP streams.
Yeah. I do miss the WP streams. They were honestly kind of fire, you know? They were kind of fire.
Yeah. He went full unhinged, you know?
He did. In the good way. In the best possible way.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Leak of the new WoW X pack? It's like the dwarf expansion or something. Any dwarf expansions in the chat, guys?
I mean, it looks like more of the same, right? Which I know people may not necessarily want.
Speak the truth? Oh yeah, no, I actually agree. WP does speak the fucking truth. He does indeed speak the truth.
Crossbin 99.
And also, you know what, OTC aid kit? Because you're trying to upset me, feast your eyes on this, my friend. I'm there, #1, statistically. And that's including streaming WoW as well! Yo! There it is. I can link this for you if you want. And you can check it every day. Ha 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 ha! #1. Let's go! Lara coming to the ladder. Lara's been #2 for ages, actually. Lara's been ranked 2 for a long time. Well deserved too. I like Lara. But yeah,
she's great.
Listen, you don't want to compete here because I am, I'm not, I don't really like to think about viewers. I don't really keep an eye on view count and stuff like that. But listen, you want to talk smack? Let's fucking go. I'm ready to have some fun. Yeah. We did it. Yeah. Whereas Moko, I actually don't think he streams enough Guild Wars 2 to actually get registered. It's mostly variety these days, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It only picks up people who like main the game, pretty much.
Okay, makes
yeah,
sense.
that's basically the deal. You know, look, this, you say the bait worked. No, this is you. I'm actually going to roleplay you. Behold, I am one of simple mind. This is me in the chat. Silence thyself, fool, and leave this place. And then you go, ha, it was merely an act. You can't pull that one on us. It's not going to work. Very nice. Very good.
Honestly, saying aha is just a joke is like the cringiest shit ever, by the way.
Yeah. Now, you got to commit to it, right? Like, you can't just...
Yeah, exactly.
You can't just... you got to commit. If you want to talk shit, you just got to do it. There's no shame in it. You're allowed to talk shit. I'm not going to be upset at you for talking shit. Or in fact, you know what? I'm not even going to be upset at you for trying to upset me. In my opinion, I'm a public figure. That is actually fair game. However, it's also fair game when I respond. That's the caveat. Like, if you want to talk shit, you have to be able to also handle the shit talk in return, you see. There you go.
Yeah, he made a big announcement saying that he was going to quit, and then he came crawling back. That's real.
Yes. Made announcement you would leave Guild Wars 2? I mean, no, I didn't. But I have said that I'm basically done with maining the game. That is true. And also, if you look at what I've been streaming, you'll see that that is indeed accurate.
Yeah. Don't believe his lies. He came crawling back.
Yeah. Like, I have more hours in WoW over the past couple of weeks than Guild Wars 2 on Twitch. And that will only continue to grow over the next couple of weeks. Because it's time for D-Gen, dude. It's time for D-Gen gaming.
It's time for D-Gen.
Yeah. Yes. I'm going to be pretty sad if there's not going to be anything else, though, after this season. That actually feels pretty bad.
I think it's okay as long as the duration to the next patch is like nothing, not that high, right?
Bro, these fucking patch notes, holy shit! Look how big they are. This is actually insane. Yeah. Guys, so this is the WoW patch notes. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. It really does keep going, doesn't it? Woo. Very nice. Oh, thanks for the super chat, Nathaniel Gaming. It's very kind of you. You have super chatted, and it feels good. Is WoW beginner friendly?
Yes.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, it's really weird. I'm very hesitant when answering that question because I'm not sure what people mean by that exactly. Because when people say, is a game beginner friendly, they sometimes mean, do I need to learn anything to play this game? And they're looking for a no. And that, I would say, is where games like WoW and Guild Wars 2 are not new player friendly. Because if you're not going to go into it with like a growth mentality, like trying to learn, you're really going to have a tough time. Right, like it's a game that requires knowledge. It's a game that requires you to understand it requires you to understand the systems, right? Like otherwise, you're probably not going to get that far. And you definitely have some learning to do. Like, you will have to learn when you start playing the game. But it's fine for new players, I think.
I feel like we had a decent, easy time learning it.
Indeed. I don't think it was too bad. I'd like to start playing Scourge. What gear should I use for CM Fractals? If you're playing DPS, play Viper. Viper gear. Are the older content relevant? I mean, you play through it for the story, right? Like, you can play through the story, but older content, no. Like, the only relevant raid is the stuff from the current expansion, and you can go back and do like the first raid and the second raid, but obviously people aren't going to be doing them. They're going to be playing like the latest tier. You just play like the latest tier of stuff. Yeah, like the game is seasonal, right? It's like a seasonal meme. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's just the way that World of Warcraft operates. Like, it's going to be one raid and the set of dungeons for the season that is relevant for the duration of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Entire continents full of redundant content. Definitely does suck, yeah. It would be really cool if you could go back and kind of do all of the Mythic raids, right, that have ever existed. And you can go back and do all the Mythic Plus dungeons. I think one thing that would be really, really cool is if you actually could basically say, okay, I want to go and do Underrot. Even though it was from Season 2 and it's Season 3 now, I want to go and do that dungeon because I want to try and get a good time on Underrot. And you could have like a global leaderboard for every dungeon that's ever had Mythic Plus. I think that would actually be really interesting. Because you know, if you got bored or if you kind of finished pushing with the season, right, and you're not really going to get much higher in the current season, you go push the other season, right? Like, go push Season 2 and go do keys there instead. The thing is, that would be such a niche feature. The reason it's kind of unlikely they would do that is the only people who would do that is actually a very small amount of people. And this is interesting. This is so interesting. People often say that WoW is designed for the 0.1%. It absolutely isn't. If you look at the state of high keys in Mythic Plus, it is very obvious that WoW Blizzard don't really care that much about high keys. They definitely do from a promotional sense. You know, like they do like the MDI and stuff like that, but they don't spend a lot of time making sure that high keys are a smooth experience. There are loads of bugs. I think it's the another 20 super chat there. There's loads of like bugs that only affect high keys and loads of problems that only affect high keys that don't really get addressed in Mythic Plus. And it's because it's not really a priority for Blizzard, because at the end of the day, the amount of people who actually push high keys is extremely low. Like, most people, the highest they're going to go for 17s. The rule of thumb is going to be, if something's a problem on a 17, Blizzard will fix it. If it's not a problem on a 17, it's probably not going to get fixed.
Yeah.
There you go. Enjoy! Oh, shit. A mechanist has attacked. Oh no, it's like the Sally mechanist. Let's go.
Well, buddy, I think it's time for me to head to bed.
Hey, good night, man. I think I'm dead here.
Yeah,
I'm very dead.
See you later, boys. Good night, chat.
See ya. I needed my elite elixir there. For that one, I think. But yeah, that would be really cool. I think it'd be really nice if like the old content did kind of still exist, you know, because there's a lot of it. And it's all good. It's all good content, you know. So it'd be really nice if it could still kind of, you know, continue to be a thing. Let's go. I'll get my name right. Give me Fated ICC. Oh, man. You know, Fated Heroic Lich King. Let's go. split up the player base and make matchmaking worse. I'm not gonna lie, it probably wouldn't split it up that much. I think that's actually one of the reasons why they wouldn't do it, is because it probably wouldn't split it up that much. And what I mean by that is, realistically, I very much doubt many people would actually go back and do the old content. You know, that's kind of that's one of the issues why they wouldn't do it, I think. Exactly because of that reason. Because people want to play the relevant stuff, you know. They want to play the most relevant stuff. It's kind of the usual affair most of the time. Okay. Yeah. There we go. It honestly makes a really big difference if you get caught when you're fighting an NPC, because I'd use all of my cooldowns on the fucking guards, so I had nothing when the mech showed up. Not exactly ideal. What's the reason for no longer maining Guild Wars 2? Just burnout? No, I'm not burned out. It's actually the opposite. The thing that I'm kind of missing in Guild Wars 2 is competitive spirit. I don't really have people who want to go hard on the game. Like, and there aren't really that many people who want to go hard in Guild Wars 2, because all the people who would want to go hard are going hard in other games, right? They're all going hard in WoW or Final Fantasy or whatever that people are playing these days. So as a result of that, I kind of don't really have anything to do, you know? There's also not that much content in this game. This game releases content very slowly, and other contents, you know, other games release content much faster. Basically, the game isn't for me. I'm not the target demographic of this game, and that's fine. I've made my peace with that. I am the target demographic of another game, and I'm going to play that game as a result of that. You know, this is kind of like the, you know, it's the customer-company relationship, right? Guild Wars 2 sells a great product, but it's not a product that I'm interested in, right? The example I always give here is always food, right? I have never liked seafood, ever. But I wouldn't make the claim that seafood is bad, right? I wouldn't make the claim that all seafood is terrible. I would say, yeah, it's not for me. You know, I'd say it's not for me. And that's kind of where I'm at with Guild Wars 2. You know, I'd go, you know, if someone said, hey, you know, would, you know, if someone asked me, like, do you know any good seafood places? You know, I could say, oh yeah, Guild Wars 2. There you go. Enjoy. Get in there. But I myself, I'm not really into it. Yeah, it's like, you know, you wouldn't say someone's burned out on seafood. It makes no sense, right? Like, you know, that's nonsense. Like, that's, you know, that's what I object to. Like, people try and say, oh yeah, you're burned out. But to me, it's like saying you're burned out on seafood. It makes no sense. Like, you either like it or you don't. That there's no burnout when it comes to food. I'm not sending you gold. What do you think Guild Wars 2 needs to drive people to stick to it? It's a very complicated issue. Like, to be honest, it's very hard to do because so much of it is cultural, right? It's not as simple as saying, oh, okay, you know, let's just go ahead and, like, make more content. It's also about the way people engage with the game. Like, yeah. Yes. Yeah. I like oatmeal. If I eat every day, I get tired of it. Is not burnout? No, that's not burnout. It's not the same thing. And additionally, it's more like I've run out of oatmeal to eat as well. This is why I actually find it very frustrated when people say you're just burned out. No, it's the opposite. I've got no more oatmeal. I want more oatmeal, right? You know, they won't give me that either, and there's none left. I've eaten all the oatmeal, right? There's no more. That's the problem. It's the opposite. It's anti-burnout, right? In this situation, it's the opposite. Yeah. With this one, yeah, exactly. I've eaten more oatmeal than anyone else in the entire world. Yeah. Can you please stop saying the legendary evoker buff from DPS? Wait, am I absorbing it? Bro, very fucking nice. Yo! Wait, I'm 16% uptime on the buff. Let's go. Very nice. I like to see that. I wonder what it's latching onto me for. That's very interesting, actually. Is it because I have... What CD is it? Is it because of Bone Dust Brew that it's latching onto me with? That's interesting, actually. I don't know. I'm not sure, because that's the only buff I have up a lot. I don't really have my defensives up that often. Tiger Statue? Maybe? But it's pretty constant, though. Like, it's not... Tiger Statue isn't that long. I'm pretty sure it's, it must be Metamorphosis on Angels and Bone Dust Brew on me. Harder for me to get into content, that's fine. Take for instance, I met a player playing on and off for 8 years. They didn't know what interested them in strikes or raids or other instance content. I mean, yeah, everyone plays at their own pace. Everyone plays at their own pace. And that's fine. Guild is focusing on a niche and demographics from WoW. Guild specializes in these things other games do not. Guilds do not want to be. Exactly, yeah. This is the really point. Like, this is a really great point from Awesomeness. And I actually kind of allowed the conversation to get derailed because I wasn't paying attention. Awesomeness was, though, so well done, Awesomeness. This isn't a problem to solve. This is just the way the game is being developed. It's not desirable for the game to change. It would be for me. This is actually a really troll glide. If you go there, you actually fall and die. It's not really desirable for this to happen, right? Like, the game has picked its target demographic, and I'm not in that target demographic. It's not a problem to fix. It's only a problem from my perspective. It's not a problem from the Guild Wars 2 player base's perspective, or from ArenaNet's perspective as well. In reality, guys, look, again, I really believe in honesty when it comes to content creation and transparency. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to build my audience in World of Warcraft so I can actually create content like YouTube videos and streams in WoW in a way that I find fun. When that happens, I'll log into Guild Wars 2 for raid, and when there's content, then I'll log out. Simple as that. And honestly, that is, for me, that will be the optimum engagement with the game. And more importantly, that will be the intended engagement with the game. That is what ArenaNet want me to do. They do not want me to log into the game every day because they don't have the service that I'm looking for within the game. They don't want that because they don't have what I'm buying, right? They aren't selling what I want to buy. So, yeah. And you got to think about this. A company doesn't want customers that it can't serve, right? Like, if you're a business, you want people who you have the service for, right? And you don't really want people around who you aren't able to actually deliver a service for. Yeah. What's your main goal in WoW raiding? Just being good at the game, just playing competitively. In raids and M+. What is it missing? The biggest thing is competitive spirit. Don't they love the customers who sign up at New Year's and never show up? Well, I mean, those people think they want the gym, okay? And to be fair, maybe they do need it. Maybe they got to lose some weight, right? But yeah, people don't follow through. It's competitive spirit. That's the only thing that's missing. I could honestly live with the slow content schedule, and I could live with, the game being made easier and, I don't like to say dumbed down. I'll say streamlined instead. Like, it's being made less skillful over time. That's not a big deal to me. The problem is just the lack of competitive spirit. Isn't Twitch against gambling? I watched a gambling ad. Nope, Twitch isn't against gambling. Not in that sense, anyway. Endgame in Guild Wars 2 feels gatekept to so many. Nah, it doesn't. The end game isn't gate kept. If you wanted to raid, you could be raiding literally within 2 hours. You could be raiding day 1 of playing Guild Wars 2. The only thing preventing people from raiding in this game is themselves, and basically people being incredibly entitled. People are very, very entitled. People don't have a growth mindset. They don't want to get better, and they blame other people instead of their own shortcomings. Feels doesn't mean it is. I don't think it feels that way. I think entitled people feel that way, but people who are gonna make it, like people who are actually capable of doing it, they don't feel that way. Will you start seeing monthly ATs? No, because I like that content. You talk about competitive spirit in PvE? Oh, I mean, all game modes, really. I mean, PvP, PvE, world versus world, open world, all sorts of stuff. Like, you know, a variety of game modes. Adele's gonna be okay. Oh yeah, Anna's doing fine. I think the game's doing really well right now, like from their perspective. Gotta understand, guys, I'm talking about my perspective as a non-customer of Guild Wars 2. Again, look, you guys are asking me, when did you last eat at a seafood restaurant? Right? Like, it's always gonna sound bad if you ask me, because I don't eat at seafood restaurants. Right? So, you know, you don't go, oh, is that restaurant doing okay? Yeah, they're doing fine. It's just that they serve other customers. Right? Don't you think that too much competitive spirit kind of killed WoW? It was always casual friendly, if I'm not mistaken. The first ever casual friendly MMORPG. Your mistake here is assuming that competitive and casual are mutually exclusive, where I do not believe that to be the case. In fact, I think they're often complementary. You can be a very, very casual player and very competitive. Like, casual and competitive are not mutually exclusive. People think they are, but they're not. They never have been. It's pretty obvious, too. Look, there are plenty of competitive people who play League of Legends in fucking bronze, right? There are plenty of competitive people in like any game, like, you know, any kind of shooter or MOBA or real-time strategy, who are complete garbage and don't play the game hardcore, right? They don't practice or try and improve or anything like that. Like, you can be very competitive and very casual at the same time. Gear grind? No, gear grind sucks. It's nothing to do with gear grind. It's all about, like, the way people engage with the game. Wasn't Vanilla WoW pretty competitive with open world, best in gear? Oh yeah, people were fucking blasting. Like, the game was definitely competitive. Like, with getting, like, rank 1, people were PvPing all the time. People cared about getting, like, the PvP armor, right? People cared about being able to raid. There was, like, a lot of, like, ego around being able to, like, clear the raids and actually get the gear and get the epics and get the loot. And that only got, you know, more in TBC and Wrath, obviously, when they actually started, like, making raids and, like, doing heroic and stuff. Is Guild 2 growing? I think so, yeah. I think it's doing well. To no fault of their own or full fault? It depends what you mean. Like, there's no... I kind of have to challenge it. There's no fault. What we're experiencing with Guild Wars 2 now is not a bug. It is a feature, to be clear. They are doing this deliberately because they're picking a target demographic and focusing on it. This is good business. Like, Arena is not making a mistake here. They're doing the opposite. Why would they try and compete with WoW? Competing with WoW would be stupid for them, right? There's no way they could pull it off. What they're doing is they're going to compete for a different demographic, which is the casual demographic. Right? Like, that's what they're going for. They're not going for, you know, the raiders, right? Like, you know, like more hardcore players. That's not what they're looking for. This is good business. Yeah. But, yeah. And yeah, WoW is not dead as well. WoW is still easily the biggest MMO. Holy shit. It actually surprised me. I was expecting the game to be way quieter than it actually is, but yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, you should never try and compete with WoW. The only game that did it was 14, and it did it mostly because it's very similar to WoW, and it caught WoW at an absolutely horrible time in the game's history where everything was completely going to shit. And Final Fantasy is also a great game, right? You have to bear that in mind. Should Grouch be a bit more vocal? I think Grouch is I'm a big fan of Grouch. I think Grouch does a great job, actually. I think his communication's good. I think it got a little bit quiet over the last couple of weeks, but it's kind of because they just said everything, right? You know, like we know everything for like the next year, right? Like, the communication's been very good, you know? That's how it is. And I don't think WoW is dead either. The truth is, people like to say, Cataclysm killed WoW. LFR killed WoW. Warlords of Draenor killed WoW. Adding Mythic. Dude, this is the new hot one, right? Like, people are complaining that Mythic raids exist. Mythic killed WoW. But they're wrong. Time. It was time. That's what it was. That's what it was. People got older. And they stopped playing the game. And there were new games instead. And in this case, it was MOBAs. Right? MOBAs. If you want to say what killed WoW, League of Legends. Unironically, Dota 2. Right? These games killed WoW. This was like the next MMO. Like, we had all these different eras, right? Like, first you had you had shooters and RTS, right? And to be fair, shooters have kind of survived, right? Like, shooters, they seem to be like the immortal genre. But you had shooters and RTS. RTS died to MMOs, basically. Or they were kind of alive in tandem. I feel like RTS and MMOs both died to MOBAs. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, RTS and MMOs were both killed, funnily enough, of course, with the child of RTS. The father of MOBAs was actually destroyed by MOBAs itself. It's like a fucking what is it? Fucking goddamn Anakin Skywalker situation, you know? Going on there, right? Absolutely. It's also there's that Greek story where that shit fucking happens, or some bullshit philosophy. I don't fucking know. But yeah, like these games died to MOBAs. MOBAs took over. Essentially, from MMOs and RTS. Because in a way, they were kind of like a more distilled version of that. And then after that, then you had like the rise of the Battle Royale, right? And all this kind of stuff after that, and all these different types of genres of games. Like, the idea that WoW killed WoW in some sense, I think is fallacious. I don't think that's true whatsoever. WoW didn't do anything that ended it. It was just time. And times change. Dude, fucking Garrosh? Wait, is that... Yeah, it was Garrosh, right? Some shit. Times change. Yeah. I don't think WoW is... No, of course WoW isn't dead. It's ridiculous. It's not dead, but what people mean is it doesn't have, like, 13 million subs like Wrath. It's not Wrath of the Lich King huge. It's not the #1 game in the entire world huge. But I agree with you kind of attacking that principle, because you're, of course, right. I mean... Speaking popularity-wise, Fortnite is dead. Like, Fortnite is not the absolute insanity that it was, like, on its initial, like, meteoric rise. It's old news, right? As a lot of games are. Stuff like Among Us, right? Among Us and Fall Guys. They're nothing compared to what they once were. With all this kind of stuff. Yeah. But yeah, and also, WoW adapted. Over time, MMOs became... More hardcore players don't play MMOs anymore. They play MOBAs and shooters, right? And all these kind of competitive games that are coming out. And as a result of that, because those players left or got old, and the newer generation of hardcore competitive players played a different genre, MMOs adapted. It's no surprise that it should not be a surprise to anyone that WoW has become more and more casual oriented. Because that's who plays MMOs. Again, you know, I must make some kind of video response to this. I love that video from that Lynx guy who said, who is this game for? Cat ladies who play once a month. Yes! Correct, my friend. I find it so interesting that he said that as a joke, but he was actually correct. I really think that a lot of kind of veteran hardcore players genuinely don't realize that that is indeed the case. They say stuff, loads of players, you see this all the time, right? Like, oh, you know, they make it for the guy who has like 17 jobs and 30 wives, right? And plays like 1 hour a week. Yes, absolutely. That unironically, that, except not a joke. Yes, that is who these games are made for right now. Absolutely. And then there's a little bit left on the side for hardcore players. WoW, to be fair, does it a lot more than other games because there's Mythic Plus and Mythic raiding. Mythic rating is no joke. There's definitely some investment there. That's going to be a lot of work for them to actually put this together. And you can really see they put some love and care into it, right? There's some, honestly, fantastic fights. Like, Mythic Sarkrath is fucking brilliant. It really is. Rashok is excellent. I think, you know, this is going to be a really contentious take in the WoW community, but I do think Echo is actually a really, really good fight. Certainly in its current version. Maybe the launch version with the really big AoEs was a bit too far. I think that's fair. That probably is the case, actually. But I think Echo of Neltharin is an excellent fight, actually. Despite the weak aura Fiesta. It definitely scuffed, but not bad. They obviously put a lot of effort into coming up with some good ideas, right? For these encounters to make them interesting to solve and interesting to progress. Like, they really went for it. With all this kind of stuff. So WoW does it more than others, but make no mistake, World of Warcraft, it is aimed at the cat lady who plays 1 hour a week. It absolutely is. Oh, I love Folding Ideas channel is so good. His recent video regarding the GameStop stuff, right? And all of like the super stonk stuff and like the kind of gambling culture regarding the stock market and particular, you know, various stocks like AMC Entertainment and GameStop. Fascinating. Great videos. He makes great videos though. Yeah, very, very good. Very, very good channel. Yeah. Yes. What's the hardest? WoW rating or Guild Wars 2 rating? I would say that Guild Wars 2 rating is about heroic raids. Some of the harder heroic fights are probably a bit harder than most stuff in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, Mythic rating is a bit of a step up. It's kind of difficult though because the difficulty curves in WoW overlap, right? So the end boss on heroic is harder than the first boss on Mythic, if that makes any sense. So it's not like a straight line up. So you have to be a little bit careful talking about this kind of stuff. Yeah, WoW rating is a lot harder. It's a lot harder. Yeah. And yeah, it also just depends. Like, for example, heroic raiding in WoW week 1 is probably significantly harder than anything in Guild Wars 2. You're probably getting up to like HTCM level of difficulty on week 1 heroic, especially if it's a harder tier, because you just don't have the gear, right? So like the tuning is basically way higher, so you're going to be getting up to like pretty damn fucking hard, like very, very early on. But obviously as you get better gear, the difficulty goes down. So difficulty in WoW is really interesting. Like vertical progression I think works in its favor here, because it basically says that there's like automatic easy mode after a certain amount of time. And of course they nerf stuff, right? Like people nerf stuff too. There you go. The add-ons are making them easier. Yeah, but even with the add-ons, it's harder, right? That's the thing. And hey, you can't even use that excuse anymore, because there actually is an add-on for Guild Wars 2 that does all mechanics, including HTCM, by the way. So actually, Guild Wars 2 players, you guys aren't even allowed to bully WoW about weak auras and add-ons, where you actually have arguably more abusive stuff. For example, in WoW, you're not allowed to draw a little line, like where you're supposed to go. You're not allowed to do that. In Guild Wars 2, you can. For example, there's an add-on that actually will draw a line in the 3D world between you and where your green is. On Doom, for example. There are a variety of other things that work on other mechanics like this. And you can see like the perfect eating path on Sloth, for example. That's, again, something you couldn't actually do in World of Warcraft in the way that you can in Guild Wars 2. So I don't disagree with you, by the way. I'm actually not a huge add-on fan for WoW. I think that I like the steps they're taking regarding private auras. They need to not half-ass it, though, actually. They need to full-ass it and like make sure that I'm very worried that every boss is going to turn into a fucking list boss, which is like, okay. With the private aura stuff, I think they should full asset and find a way to break the list functionality as well, so that you can't do that. Because honestly, I would say that the list is actually worse than the weak aura. I don't know, maybe, I'm not sure how much of a hot take that is, but I think something like an echo list is actually worse than just having a weak aura assign a number to you. It's just, yeah, I don't think it makes it harder, and it just makes it slightly more annoying in that regard. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. Yeah. Nice. If you're going to use all lines to make space for the hearts, you wouldn't need the list. You know, this is so interesting. I would love to talk to the devs about this. I'd love to talk to the top guilds about this. Did the devs think that you wouldn't be able to do it the way that the guilds did it? I guess it's really hard to expect what these crazy fuckers are going to be able to do, right? Because, yeah, you're right. It was obviously intended that you would open more walls to make yourself more space. And then they'd have to nerf the damage, maybe. But then Echo were like, well, what if we just stack and do it perfectly and then just play like gods? Obviously, Liquid the same, right? Had a similar setup, right? Very interesting. It is. I think Echo and Liquid are really hard to design around because they're so good at the game. You don't know what they're gonna be able to do, right? Like you don't know exactly what they're gonna be able to pull off if they're gonna be able to do it in an unintended way, in a way that you're not supposed to be able to do it. Yeah, because that definitely happened on Echo. But yeah, that's how we see. That's how it goes, I guess. Yeah. Wait, everything to do to defend your game? Well, I mean, to be fair, people just are. I mean, look, you've arrived at a very unhinged conversation, I think. Look, wait, hang on, didn't you ask me to talk about WoW Razor Lift? Or you at least asked me to talk about like what was missing, or something? Yeah, you brought up WoW. You brought up WoW. You can't complain when people talk about WoW when you brought it up. Yeah. I've always felt that choreographed fights are a joke. So here's the interesting thing. Any fight that is sufficiently difficult will become choreographed, but not because of the fight, but because of the players. So what I mean is that even if you have a fight that has some RNG in it, you know what abilities do damage. You know when damage is coming, right? And you know what abilities you have. You know what cooldowns you have. You know what healing abilities you might have, what defensive abilities that you might have. So what this means is that you're going to architect a choreograph around the infrastructure of the fight no matter what, as long as it's hard enough. It will fall into that number of steps. Not exactly. It's very open. You have a lot of ways you could solve things. You know, like, Sarkrath is a fight that basically has no randomness. It's very deterministic. Not meaningful randomness anyway. It's very, very deterministic, right? But the thing is that essentially what happens is that you have a sandbox and a bunch of tools, and the game says you've got to come up with a solution to this. So is the fight very deterministic? Absolutely, yeah, it is. But there's almost like an infinite series of ways you could go about doing it, if that makes any sense. So it's choreographed, but not at the same time, because the player response to it could be anything, and there's no necessarily like right way. I mean, hell, even if I look at a raid, leading Discord there's like a raid lead Discord for Mythic raiding, it lists like 3 or 4 strategies that you can do that are all distinct. Now, of course, some are better than others, and some work better now because the boss has been nerfed a little bit, but it's not as simple as that, if that makes any sense. It's just that the way that you interact with these challenges, you're always going to have a plan, right? Like, you're going to have a plan going into this content. And that plan is going to be an element of choreography, kind of. And that will be... But by the way, did you guys know that's true in PvP as well? Right? Because people actually... people like to draw a bigger distinction from PvP and PvE than there actually is. Do you know what one of the most important things you do in PvP is? Yeah, that's right. Practicing openers, practicing responses to your opponent's rotation. Someone's coming far, I need to kite. Oh, they're all on mid, we need to rotate, right? All of these things are choreography. We're doing a burst in 3, 2, 1. We've rehearsed this, we're now going to repeat it on this one guy. All this kind of stuff. There's less of a distinction than I think a lot of people believe there to be between PvP and PvE, right? You will see the same openers. You'll see the same openers again and again and again. Like, people pushing far, people defending close to respond to that, right? Like, what people do when they get wiped. How do they respond to that? What's your response, right? It's like chess almost, right? In chess, a lot of even though it's a PvP game, obviously there's a lot of knowledge about the game, and players know how to respond to certain openings and certain maneuvers that you might attempt within the game. Of course, there is always that level of improvisation, which is certainly a little more present in PvP compared to PvE. But at the end of the day, there's a huge amount of learning essentially kind of practiced maneuvers and practiced choreography that goes into PvP as well. And there's plenty of improvisation in PvE, by the way. Sometimes shit goes wrong, and you need to respond. I think, honestly, you see this a lot in Mythic Plus, actually. In Mythic Plus, adaptation is really important. Like, you need to be able to handle when something goes wrong. Like, even in world record keys, and literally, like, the best players in the world, things go wrong, and they need to respond to it. They need to have, they need to make a decision. You need to do something if something goes wrong. Timers. Timers and set patterns. It feels a lot different. You know, this is going to sound like a massive ego move, but I almost feel like that is true, but not at high level. I think the higher level you go in PvE, the more responsive it becomes. Like, when I play Guild Wars 2 with Fungus, in the raid speedrun, or strike missions even, it's pretty responsive. Like, there's a lot of communication, and no run is really the same. We don't really do, the same run more than once. Things are pretty different. There's a lot of variation in how we go about doing it. And there's plenty of situations where lesser teams would die, and we end up not dying, pretty much. ESO, Guild Wars 2 and WoW? I mean, honestly, just play both. That's the way to go. Like, Guild Wars 2 doesn't really take a lot of your time, so just play both games. Let's go. Which game do you currently play more often, WoW or Guild Wars 2? I'm enjoying WoW more than Guild Wars 2 currently. Yeah. Yes. Oh, habit in the mid game? Oh yeah, for sure. Like, there's definitely a lot of habit in PvP. There's a lot of you know, a lot of going through the motions, right? But in a way that's good, right? That you want to have these instincts built up. This is important in PvP. It absolutely is. You have this kind of instinct about it when you're playing. Do not betray us on Guild Wars 2. I mean, I've got some bad news for you. Like, that's been and done, right? You got to understand, I'm not loyal to a video game. I am a mercenary, Pedro. I am a mercenary. If a game doesn't deliver what I want, I'm not going to stick around for old time's sake. Because at the end of the day, I am a customer and the games company is a company. If they aren't selling what I'm buying, then hey, that's fair enough. I'm going to go somewhere else. Bro, we're at 7%, Rocker. We're going to fucking blast on Saturday. But it's not a portrayal. I'm not just going to start, flaming the fucking game. I'm just going to say, yeah, I'm just playing WoW right now.
So, what brings you here?
Yeah. Can you imagine a totally new version of Raid? Or games that are hard limitation because winning will anchor in something, add a game factor? Yeah. I mean, second to last mechanic we would have seen. I mean, it was literally the last bombs, right? I think it was literally the last mechanic, no? Unless you count, like, the last hide behind a rock. Ascension? Wait, would we even get another Ascension there? Isn't it,
What do you want?
Isn't it, after those bombs, doesn't it go into, burn in the light of a dying star? Oh, yeah, the Ascension. Yeah. How long an hour is the full Mythic Prog day if you killed on Saturday? Oh, I don't know. Fucking hell, like the full thing. I think we're at, I want to say 600 wipes for the full raid. I think. Maybe a little bit more than that. Yeah. Tags a tank a bit more. Bro, listen, on the God pull, I popped off. I actually played correctly. I was alive until the end, I'll have you know, Snizzle. I was the last player standing. I was in the Shadow Realm. Yo, MSC. Are you pumping on Saturday or what, bro? Very, very nice. Was our best. Ah, here we go. Let's have a look at the log. Ah, very nice. You know what's nice about this, guys? Not only Randy Mandy's 100 pars, but also my 99 pars. Feels good. Ah, I did more DPS than Jester. Very nice. Pars Lord text. I am a Pars Lord. I will be parsing 99 all season next year as well, and it feels good. Listen, here's the deal. You know, I watched a video from Max that said that tanks are a bunch of fucking slackers and don't feel the need to improve or do more damage or survive better. So, hey, here I am. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. Bro, you're literally parsing 11, bro. Look at this kid. 11 pars, Gray, Beast Mastery Hunter. That's crazy. Yes. Yeah. Jester is literal Gray pars, man. That's so fucking funny, man. He's literally Gray pars. That's crazy, bro. Then brag about white passes. Dude, on kill pars, I'm still 99. Sack me, I beg you. Listen, Snizzle's only purpose in life in dungeons is to sack me, okay? I'm the tank. I'm the main character. Okay? I am the main character. That is the reality here. You guys are peons. WoW videos on YouTube? Yeah, probably eventually when I come up with some good ideas. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, we started Kazara 15 weeks ago. How about that? That's pretty cool, huh? Wait, when did we start raiding? We started raided 18 weeks ago, guys. Yes. 12.5 million damage on small ads. Well, to be fair, all of my damage is AoE, so I'll give myself a pass on that one. Hey, this is why playing tank is the Giga Chad move. I don't have any concept of single target versus AoE. Also, I have to full send on the ads, by the way. Otherwise, I won't get aggro. Like, seriously, everyone just, to be fair, is doing their job correctly and goes big. So I actually end up saving a lot of I end up saving a lot of CDs for each pack of ads. Otherwise, there's no fucking way I'm getting them. You guys will just get them because you're just like full sending on them, which is correct, of course. So I always use my explosive keg on them. I hit Sarkrath with it as well because it's actually uncapped. It's uncapped AOE, but yeah, it's serious pad. If you look at the log, look at the log and see how much damage is coming from explosive keg, because that's basically where the ad damage is. It's actually insane. Let's see. Let's click on me. Here we go. Yeah, dude. Whoa! Yeah, exploding keg is actually 8% of my damage, and this is just one skill. It's a 1 minute CD as well, so it's not like I'm spamming this, and that's basically just because I hit all the ads with it. Yeah. Yes. Very good. You get the concept when you play Blood DK? I mean, I do play Blood DK, but you don't really have, you have loads of AoE in Blood DK. You have Blood Boil, Heart Strike, right? And you have the disease, right? You put the disease on everyone. I feel like Blood DK's AoE is really good. Obviously, Death Strike is single target, but, you know, you have other abilities too. Oh yeah, you have to. If you don't get Shuffle, you will die instantly. So this is very strange. Basically, Monk has Stagger, but in order for Stagger to actually be half decent, you have to use an ability and upkeep a buff called Shuffle, which doubles the effectiveness of Stagger. If you don't do that, you will die instantly. There is absolutely no way you can survive. Pretty much. It's actually very cancerous with all the movement you have to do, because you have to be moving to the safe spot at the same time as well, and then drop the meteor, then you have to push the ads. That is such a clusterfuck as the Brewmaster there, to be honest. It's horrible. Sporegate. You guys are going to spore, and you're going to enjoy sporing as well. That's all I've got to say. That's my final word on the matter. You spored. You spored. In actual reality, though, the reason tanks are running Sark Cloak is because, honestly, the extra stamina isn't going to help you. I think running Tank Trinket is probably not the worst idea in the universe. We'll definitely be doing that on progression next tier, I think. I guess it depends how tanky the tanks are, to be honest. If I'm running Blood DK, I'm not even sure it's that necessary. Or Warrior. Warrior is, like, insane. Like, you fucking hell, you're so tanky on that tank, actually. So maybe if I'm playing, like, Blood DK or Warrior, honestly, Cheat Death is probably overkill. But if I'm going to be playing Monk again, yeah, for sure. Tanks are dying on Saturday. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Spore Cloak is not gonna save you. Spore Cloak wouldn't... Spore Cloak, I don't think Spore Cloak would have saved a single tank death, actually. I think the Cheat Death Trinket from Dawn would have, but I'm actually not totally convinced that any of the other ones would, actually. The Cheat Death Trinket is very good, to be fair. That is a good one. Yes. The Cheat Death Trinket? Yeah, that one is pretty good. And actually, you get it from M+ next season. Oh, yeah. Like, without... You're definitely running that in Raid. Because it's the same thing, right? You can get it from Dawn of the Infinites. So, yeah, you're 100% running that in Raid Prog. Because it gives you main stat. So, it's actually insane. It's really fucking good because it gives you main stat and the effect is very strong. Yeah. Very nice. I'll get it at max eye level from the Vault week 1, surely. You know what I hate? You know what, guys? WoW players, give me your take. To me, this is dog shit. But maybe you guys love this because, you know, you like cock and ball torture or something. I hate the fact that you literally... The only way to get certain items at max eye level is RNG through the vault. That is hell, fuck, rat, piss, water. That's it. And we all know it too. Come on. That's fucking fact. It's not good. It's not good at all. Yeah, see, look, this guy literally likes cock and ball torture, and he doesn't like that. It's worse than cock and ball torture. WoW is an RNG mess. In a lot of ways, it's actually very deterministic, but that is not one of them, to be honest. Getting loot is, in my opinion, especially with stuff like the Catalyst and catch-up mechanics, it's very easy to get loot that you want, or, like, most stuff anyway. But there's some stuff that, yeah, is, like, pretty annoying, to be honest. At least it's better than back in XSS. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, for sure. Exactly, yeah. I think it would actually be really cool if they just made actual higher keys worthwhile. So if you want to get Myth Track, you can just do 23s or something. And you actually have to do relatively high keys to get Myth Track. Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. I mean, why not, right? I don't see why they wouldn't want to do that. I guess maybe they would. They don't want to... I guess they want good players to do 17s. And kind of like keep them in the LFG instead of dividing players out over more key levels. This doesn't want you to give you the best loot possible just by doing dungeons endlessly. I mean, that's kind of how it is already, though. I mean, you can... That's what I'm going to be doing this week. I'm going to be grinding 17s and the Mega Dungeon to basically get all of my characters to 440 before the next season. So it's like... I mean, it kind of is that way. Don't want to have deterministic BIS. I mean, they already do, though. It's just, for some items, they don't. Like, it's, most items are deterministic. Just not that one. Yes. Oh, my spine. Ugh. Oh, no. Because I can just imagine someone just not getting, you know, just not getting the, an item. It's cancer.
I know your face from my...
It's not good. Either way, gamers, I think I'm actually done for the stream. A little chill stream today, guys. A little relaxing stream, you know, just chill stuff, chill gaming. You guys know how it is. Are you sure you need this 5% on prog? Correct, yes. Look, I literally don't even have the tank trinket. And yeah, we need this 5k. If I lose 5k DPS, we will fail the DPS check. And you know what? It feels good. It feels damn good. It feels damn good that I will be pumping 96k sim DPS. Seriously, guys, look at this stuff. You know, I sim 96k on my monk. Very, 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 very nice. Dude, if I die, I'm bad. Simple as that. Just play better. Maybe I should run Corrupting Rage. Look at this, guys. Beacon to the Beyond, Dragonfire Bomb Dispenser, Rashok Weapon. I mean, I've got it all here. You know, I've really got it all. It's very nice. Full crit verse stack. Oh, man. Bomb Dispenser. If only I had Mythic Bomb Dispenser, man. That'd be so good. I'd love to see that. And yes, YouTube stream. Although it's over now. I'm about to stream off. Maybe it did. Look, maybe I'll use the crit flask, to be fair, you know. Although verse is extremely good, you know. Versatility is very good for me. Ah, it does feel good. It really does. You know, it feels good. Next tier, you know, maybe next tier, guys. Maybe I don't run the tank trinket. Maybe I'm running double DPS trinket on my tanks next tier as well. I think that might be what we do. Quick tier list, by the way, guys. Check me out here. What is worse? rat water, rat piss, or dog water? Which is, you know, what's the order? Give me like a 1, 2, 3. Which one is, you know, like what's the ordering there in terms of bad stuff? Yeah. So rat piss is the worst, then rat water, then dog water is the the least bad. Okay. Pond scum. Pond scum is better than rat piss, is better than flea water, is better than rat water, which is better than dog water. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Let's just take a look at this. Let's watch this together.
Spirit.
Wrath.
Kill it.
The ice sphere nearly got you guys.
God. Toby.
Look at the Lich King go, man. He's just zapping you. He's like he's perma zapping you, bro. Do you guys kill it or what? Do you guys kill it? Are you done yet? Dude, it's still zapping. Like 10 minutes later, he's still zapping.
Get it out, get the
Everyone's feeding. It's over. It's fucking over.
It's okay, it's okay. Oh,
Not okay, everyone's off.
It's over.
We had no damage on it, I was alone on it, I think.
It's over.
It was quick, was on that side, no?
Wait, it's still wait, it's 58% 10 minutes later? What the fuck?
Get ready, Azu, you're getting infest soon.
Oh, I guess there was probably a wipe in between, I guess. Yeah.
Watch your feet.
Don't send in that.
I'm so good at the game. Yeah, I think I saw your beacon, right? Oh. Oh, this is good to see. Jester is finally above 40k single target. Oh, guys, everyone give him a round of applause. Oh, great job. He's finally above 40k single target. Nice. $10k single target. Wait, is the Windwalker... Yeah, the Windwalker is literally lower than healer DPS. That's crazy. Dude. This guy did 14.9k DPS. The Paladin did 11k DPS. Obvious did 17.2k DPS. And then the other Hunter did 18.7k DPS. I love heroic pugs. Jesus. Oh my god. 6k DPS! Holy shit. Yeah. That's crazy. 6k DPS. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Well, anyway, guys, I'm out of here. Thanks for watching. Tomorrow, Guild Wars 2 balance preview. Then we'll probably play some WoW, I think. So yeah. I'm going to do tier lists tomorrow, then balance preview, then WoW. And then on Saturday, massive stream. It's going to be up bright and early for Guild Wars 2 Strike Mission CMs with Fungus. Then we're going to be going into Raid. We've got a big week energy. We're going into Raid to kill Sarkrath on Saturday, guys. I'll try and cast the monthly if I can. after we're done with Sarkareth. Otherwise, I'm just going to have it recorded. I'll cast it from a VOD. And on Sunday, it's Ready Check Cup, guys. We have a raid tournament on Sunday. So stay tuned for that. Very exciting stuff. Very epic gaming, you could say. Epic game. But anyway, yeah, we're going to do some keys. Get some keys going. I'll probably raid some Heroic tomorrow. Probably do some keys. Get these disgusting alts putrid and geared up. Got my Warrior and my DK ready to go. And I will, on Sunday, we honestly might do, like, a disgusting amount of Mythic. It might be at least 2 Mythic 5 out of 9s. Maybe even 3, we'll see. But, yeah, I'll have my Warrior ready, and I'm gonna have my, DK ready, at least. I might not actually have a time, to be honest, to get my Demon Hunter ready, because I haven't actually played it that much. I haven't played as much as I was intending to. I've been a little bit drained. But anyway, that's it. I'll see you guys later. Boom. I'm out of here.